Hello, everyone. It's Thursday, June 11th, 2026, and tonight is going to be our weekly study stream. I'm gonna be studying textures tonight, as well as doing the typical study stream stuff that I do. I don't feel like I'm like especially good at drawing textures, so this is not like something that I this is not like a thing where I'm like imparting knowledge or anything like that. I'm studying and hopefully, we can all learn together. Open up my drink. I'm gonna be starting with some line practice. Ooh, my headphone wire is caught on my chair. Hey, Tired Sharky, how's it going? Hope your study goes well, thank you. Yeah, I do. I try to do this once a week. The past couple of weeks has been a little unusual, but... Uh-oh. Please work, Clip Studio. Okay. Man, I'm having to restart my computer more and more frequently these days. I'm regretting that I didn't. Okay. Been so long since I've done this. I do this kind of drawing like every day in my sketchbook actually, but it's been a while since I've done it on stream. It's been going quite well today. Was going to digital draw today, but weird events occur. I did draw my sketchbook yesterday, and I'm quite proud of it. Nice. What did you draw? So out of practice. I'm really feeling it. It's a hand reach for a human heart that was being squeezed by chains. Nice. I have mostly just been doing study stuff today, which, is pretty typical. Well, most days that I'm streaming, I'm working on my comic, which, like, you can see, if Clip Studio allows it, you can see right here what I was working on, yesterday. But as it's Thursday, gonna be doing studies today. Studies in gesture drawing. My comic is a very, very long fan comic. I think I'm getting close to it being 500 pages long. Ooh. And it's a Harry Potter fan comic with evil Dumbledore. Hey Darren, how's it going? Oh, thank you for the streak. 35 days. Nice. Oh no! Hopefully the ads are over now. It says on my end that they're over. If so, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm just drawing rectangles in perspective here. Super out of practice. My lines are real sloppy, but that's why I really need to do this kind of practice more often. Never underestimate. Don't mind me eating grapes as a midnight. Yeah, what kind of grapes? Never underestimate working on the fundamentals of art, even no matter how experienced you are, no matter how long you've been drawing. Keeping up with this stuff, it makes a huge difference. Even if it looks boring. The white ones, which are green. I love grapes, but I am not supposed to eat them when I'm having a flare-up, which I recently had one, so I really need to be kind of careful. Also got oranges and restocked on some breakfast biscuits. I have not been cooking lately because I've been sick. So my meals have been lazy and not the best, but I guess for having a flare-up, it's better to eat like more highly processed foods because they are easier to digest with like a Crohn's flare-up. Oh yeah, I'm okay. Like, this is a chronic illness that is part of my life. And I have medication that I can take to stop a flare-up, but also this time of year I tend to get sick more often because I think the heat kind of affects me badly. Although it really has not been hot. It almost snowed yesterday. It was very chilly and it was raining. And it was getting down into the 30s. 100 here? Ooh. Hate that. It was definitely warmer today. It was like in the 70s, I think, but here it's almost 100. Oof. I don't envy that. I'd have winter forever if I could. The only like the one thing I've realized is that, you know, even though it doesn't really get as hot here, um the longer like hours of sunlight also really bothers me, and like it makes sleep harder. It stresses me out. It gives me headaches. Um so I'm just, you know, destined to hate summer, I guess. One thing though that I can kind of look forward to is as soon as summer solstice happens, the days will start getting shorter, even if it's only like 1 or 2 minutes a day. It gives me something to look forward to. Next week is officially summer. Yep. And from that day on, every day will be a little bit shorter. Although with how far north I am, actually, so I've noticed something weird happens here. It kind of holds steady for a few days around summer and winter solstice, like the the length of sunlight in the day for like, I don't know, like almost a week. And I guess, like I said, I guess that's because of how far north I am. Like, I'm not like into like polar night or midnight sun territory. But like it does, like the day gets really long. Like let me look at because I've compared it, and like more southern areas don't have it be quite so long. But like, for instance, we're getting close to summer solstice now, and for me the sun is rising at 5:33 a.m. and setting at 9:12 a.m. I don't know like how, like if the same is true for those of you farther south than me. I'm up kind of close to the Canadian border in the West Coast. Well, not coast, but you know, in the western U.S. Done everything I can to prepare my cucumbers for the summer. I mean, it sounds like you're already getting summer temperatures. Sunrise is 6 a.m. and sunset is at 9-ish. Okay, so your day is a little bit shorter than mine. And I hate that. I hate the long days. Okay, that is right. You know what's interesting actually is like Um, Even though I've been, pretty stressed out, and I have been sick more this year, I feel like the seasonal depression is not as bad as it was last year. I was really, like, not doing well last year, not getting enough sleep, just, like, really, really anxious. And I think it's been, like, a overall better year so far for summer. I bet I know why. Part of it, uh, I don't feel like I am obligated to work on a project I regret starting. I'm glad to be back to mainly working on comics and not trying to do illustrations. Past week, I've only been getting 6 hours of sleep, and I can't function on that amount. Is there a specific reason, or are you just having trouble sleeping? No clue, but if I had to take a guess, it might be anxiety or stress. Yeah, that doesn't help. Got two of the new anniversary quarters. Anniversary quarters. Is that like from a game or something? 200. Oh, like oh my god, like money quarters. I didn't. Oh, I didn't know they were doing that. Like I knew it was like 250th year. Because like I see Mountain Dew, Cheerios. I think some other like brands are putting out like special edition. God, 4th of July is gonna be horrible. People are gonna be going crazy with fireworks. And like at least my dog isn't freaked out by fireworks, but mostly I'm worried about like wildfires because I live in a place that is prone to getting them. It's very dry, like grasslands. And actually, people here are not supposed to do fireworks. Like individuals aren't supposed to do fireworks because of that. Because the wildfires. But they do them anyway. I feel like we've gotten a decent amount of rain this spring. And it's actually pretty unusual to get this much rain here, but like that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna keep up into July. There we go. Here the problem people have is shooting guns into the air. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people do that here too. I'm trying to think of what other practices I have done in the past. It's been a little while since I've done a study stream. Hey Cole Rains, how's it going? Triangles? I don't typically do triangles. There's not really. I'm trying to think of like how I could make that work for me. Like I can do cylinders and turn them into cones. I can do cubes and turn them into pyramids. I mean, what the heck? I guess I could do that. We'll divide the page in half. Oops. You stream on YouTube separately from when you I've never streamed on YouTube. I post some of the VODs on YouTube. and sometimes I post like sped up drawings, but I don't stream on YouTube. Makes more, yeah. I mean, not like I wouldn't, try eventually, maybe, but like it's not something that I've done before. I think I saw you post something in a. Oh yeah, I posted a recent study stream. Some of them I actually like edit down to just like the topic, and sometimes I post like full streams. Typically I'll post the full stream if it's not something I'm super confident, like, because I feel like I don't want to post the Holy Pistachio. I don't want to post like a video like acting like, oh yes, I'm an expert on this topic. I don't know. I don't wanna like give the idea that like I'm posting like a tutorial or something. I'm just trying to share like what I've learned. That's a sloppy rectangular prism. Snack break over, almost finished a third of the bag. I have not had much of an appetite lately because of Crohn's. Okay, we're gonna make pyramids and cones now. So I have like 30 quarters from the 200th anniversary. When was that? 1976? Probably? 1976 is 50 years ago, right? Okay, cool. Yay, I can do basic math. Also found a nickel from 1919 and a few pennies from before the Great Depression. Nice. So I really don't pay attention to coins. Like, or the year on the coin. Okay, we'll make some of these like actual, like straight up pyramids, and some of them can have like a flat top. This one an actual like straight up pyramid. Well, no, we won't, because this is only like only one side of this is visible. Let's not do this one like that. Because then it would just look like a triangle. This one a pyramid, though. Got a quarter that was a year after they stopped making them silver. Oh, I didn't know they made them silver. Oh yeah, I guess I kind of did know that. Really like consciously thought about it in a long time. You know, this makes me think about a book I read that maybe you'd be interested in, an audiobook. It's like about the history of money in general. It was really interesting because, like, it goes back to, like, people using metal cooking and eating utensils as a kind of currency. Let me see if I can find the name of it, because I listened to it as an audiobook. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, man, I've read a lot of audiobooks. I think this is it. No, don't download it. I just wanted to look at it. I just wanted to look at the summary. Don't start. It won't let me look at the summary. That's irritating. I have 2 silver dimes and a 3 silver dollars, just missing the silver quarter and dollar coin plus a still penny. It's called Blood and Money by David McNally. At least I think that's the book I'm thinking of. But it is a very interesting book. Economic history in general is pretty interesting, in my opinion. I'm super out of practice. Ooh, drawing 3D forms. And I need to get back into practice thinking this way. Alright. Alright, there we go. Now I've done some cones and some pyramids. Pyramids and weird prisms, I guess. I guess I can keep the base shape visible a little bit. Get rid of that. Let's take a drink. And think about if I want to do more cubes or go on to drawing bodies, maybe I should do more cubes. I feel like I've gotten too out of practice drawing 3D forms. Drawing boxes really is one of those things that's always good practice. We could all stand to spend a little more time drawing boxes. Might be making my brother a sledgehammer since he broke his last week. Oh boy. How did he break it? Overworked. Overlap with this other box. I actually think, in a way, drawing practice being kind of boring is kind of good because you start like thinking about new and interesting ways like to construct boxes that like maybe you haven't thought of before. It sort of changes like your approach and your way of thinking about it. And helps you wrap your head around the whole box thing a little bit better. Especially good when like I'm drawing, I am drawing like boxy things in perspective all the time. To just like start drawing them without any kind of guidelines or perspective or anything like that. I've got dogs barking. What are they barking at? We're gonna get slightly more into cube territory. Just gonna go crazy with the cubes. Boxes, I guess. They're not really cubes because they're not like square. They're all kinds of different dimensions. I don't know. I should just say box. I already have some old sledgehammer heads. I just need to get the wood, which lucky for me there's a lumber yard just around the block. I also live very close to a lumber yard. I've never done anything with wood, though. They start to get really distorted as you get towards the edge. Can't believe it's already Thursday. I guess it's been a weird couple of weeks due to being sick. I don't find myself super in a video game mood. I guess I could try to get myself into that mood, but I just kind of feel more like drawing. I guess I could do like another art stream. Make up for all the I mean, it's not like I wasn't drawing while I was sick. I certainly was, but just not as much. That's crazy. That's also crazy. Switch to the website and they don't have the wood I was hoping, but they have Better Ones. Better Ones is good. The website for the lumberyard. Excuse me. Good chance to take a drink. Oh man, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. Excuse me. Oh man. Oh, damn, I thought I muted. Sorry. Ready for winter again. Now I can't decide which to go with. Does it make a does the wood make a difference in like the quality or just in the look? Like I know some woods are like harder than others. But I don't necessarily know if that translates to like sturdiness. I feel like I remember white oak being quite a bit heavier than red oak. It might not have been red oak. I'm thinking of when I did kendo in high school. Because we had like basically like wooden swords. And we had ones that were white oak, and those were quite heavy. And then we had ones that were like a red wood. I think they were red oak, but they might have been something different. It's all how you treat it. But our teacher wanted us to use the heavier ones. Which is strange because they were actually like heavier than a real sword. But I guess like they build like strength. That's fun. I wish I had kept doing that for longer. If you stain it, helps prevent it from rotting, but you have to reapply it once a week for mouth, then once a month. Oh, once a week for a month, then once a month for a year, then once a year for 10 years. But if you char it, then stain it, it's a short process. Depending on the wood, you can or can't leave it outside. Huh. Okay, time to save before I continue. Might take a second to save. Gonna do some research before picking the wood, fair enough. Oh man. Sinuses. Say that for tomorrow night when I get back. Fair enough. Hopefully I should be back around 8 or 10 p.m. Making some crazy shapes here. Oops. locked in on making these little decisions. I haven't done one where there's like a disconnected piece. Maybe I should do that. That could be interesting. Definitely gonna have to do some measuring for that, but that's okay. That's part of the practice. You know, if I'm not pushing myself to like get more interesting shapes out of this, then what's the point, right? But that's kind of what I was saying. Like, it's good to do something so much that you get bored of it, because, you know, that's when you start like iterating on it and learning more. Like, that's the good thing about like practices like this. Like, another good exercise that I feel like I haven't done a lot of is just like drawing blobs and then trying to make them look 3D. But I could do that. I could do that tonight. Thank you for the pistache.
What you've done. You're just redeemed the
and the hydrate. Probably also a good time to save.
Pistachios, I'm gonna keep on crunching on those pistachios. I'm gonna keep on reaching into this bag of nuts. I'm gonna keep
Should probably try to get some sleep since I don't know what time we are leaving. Good night. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, one more shape to figure out. One more shape to figure out the orthographic. That was the eraser. I really am partial to like rounded corners. Ooh, I don't have an ad for 10 minutes. I wish I knew how to like do an ad early, but I gotta save in BRB. Sorry. I will be back as quickly as I can. Alrighty, I am back. Get off of the BRB screen and back into modified cubes. Drink some of my drink. I'm gonna let the lotion on my hands settle for a minute. I go through so much lotion because of how dry it is here. It's ridiculous. But I am glad I found a lotion that like actually seems to help with my skin. Shout out Gold Bond. Okay. Sponsor me. Maybe I'll put a little shape in here. And now let's project these shapes back and see what we end up with. What did I say I was gonna do? Blobs? Yeah, I'll do blobs. Blobs are something I'm not super comfortable with, so I feel like I could definitely use the practice. Whoa. Oops. You know, one thing I was thinking about was like, oh, I bet I could find a way to like project these back in a less like uniform way. I have to think about that. What I would do exactly. that's where that... Oops. That's where that line should meet up. Okay. Oh, that's something I need to figure out, I guess. Okay, let me see. Okay, that should be right. Alright, here's where we're gonna get a little... Well, I guess not. It's not gonna be too tricky. But some of these floating shapes might end up being a little wacky. I guess we will just have to see how it works out. This one should be pretty simple. Oops. See, this is where it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to figure out. Ooh, actually, this is going to be the more challenging thing to figure out. Okay, that should come right up this way. And then this is just like a curved line, I guess. That's messy. I think that's right, though. Hey, I'm thinking Harbies, how's it going? Gonna chat, but uh-oh. Work, yuck. Add some shadows, I guess. Return for how long? Who could say for sure? Well, hopefully for a while, and you won't be too busy. How's your exercises? They're okay. Logically, I know they're good for me to do, but I worry that, like, oh, maybe I'm not really learning. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, with the right group, a backrooms-based RPG could be fun. I bet someone's made something like that. Yeah, I bet they have. Hey, Coyote. How's it going? There we go. I fixed it. Able to make it to the theater? Yes. Yes, I was. Got to see it. It was a very rushed night, but I'm glad I got to do it. It was a mixed bag. A lot of people really liked it. I like the aesthetics, which is, you know, what I was there for, right? But I didn't think the story was very good. A lot of people disagree with that, apparently. But that's okay. I was not there for the story. Understand that. The aesthetics are what caught my eye. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what it is, right? Like, the liminality and stuff. That's the whole point. Have you seen it yet, or are you planning on seeing it? I won't talk too much about it if you have not seen it and want to see it. I felt like the lore they went with made it easy to expand upon with future installments, but there were answers I wanted by the end of the movie that I didn't get and can only speculate on. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't fault it too much for that, because, like, you know, like you say, like, they might want to do future installments, and if they explain too much of how things works, they can't do that. I haven't. I'll probably catch it at some point. Fair enough. Helps I don't know anything about the backrooms. Okay. I think I mentioned in Acorn stream that I've always been a big fan of, like, the concept. The pool rooms. Oh yeah. The pool rooms are like a section of the back rooms, basically. If you get into like a lot of back rooms kind of lore, there are like different areas. This whole concept is sounding even more awesome now. Oh yeah, like if you check it out, I mean like really there are a lot of like games that play with this concept. There's a lot of like web media in general. Like you can find a lot of cool stuff, including like music and videos and things like that. What could be beneath the water adds a new flavor to the horror. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of pool room stuff is very chill. Love surreal stuff like that. I mean, yeah, me too, big time. Change this up a little bit. I think I caught a few references to certain music album in the movie, which was interesting. There, if you like surreal stuff, there is a piece of music that is supposed to like mimic the experience of having like Alzheimer's disease, and it's a really interesting album. It's called the Caretaker. Was this something that was spawned by an SCP by chance? It actually was not. It was spawned by, I think in Minnesota, or was it Michigan? I think Minnesota. There was a former furniture store that was being turned into a hobby shop, and like while it was empty and transitioning from one space to another, somebody took like a picture of it and it somehow got posted online, and it was a very like weird, here I'll find it. It looked like an empty office building basically, and people like speculated on it, like and started like coming up with the idea that this is where you go, like if you no clip in real life, you end up in like an endless like maze of like weird office building kind of area. Here, I've got the original image. Just got to get it up on my computer or on my screen. And I don't remember, it was a long time ago, like probably over a decade ago that it was originally posted. Oh man, that's tiny. Let's make it bigger. This was the original image that was posted. And yeah, like the backrooms could very well have something in the SCP wiki. I'm not very well versed in SCP, but I know it gave me a feeling of an IKEA. But yeah, like this is the original image, and it's like a grainy image. It looks like an office building. Nobody really knew what it was, so people just started like coming up with all kinds of creepypasta just based on this one random photo. It's tiny, let's make it bigger. I heard that all the time in high school. But yeah, you know, people started like making like 3D modeled art of this place and like adding all kinds of like crazy rooms to it, and um, people started finding like other like kind of surreal indoor images, and it really just grew out of this one photo. And what's interesting is like eventually like the guy who owned the building found it, and it was totally surprised by this whole like internet phenomenon. But I think like now it's like a hobby shop where in that area they you know like those miniature cars that you can like race on a big racetrack. I think that's what is in there now. But yeah, it's really cool that it all came from this one little thing. So many music. So many like music mixes were inspired, and I've always really liked like liminal spaces and things like that. Cool, but I've seen that in a Yakuza game recently. Yeah, oh yeah, they were in a Yakuza game. Yakuza games have like everything ever going on in them. I want to make this into like a little guy now. Gonna play through those myself one day. But I think like one of the more well-known pieces of backroom media is definitely the Stanley Parable. Is that what it's called? That game? But the guy who directed this movie has been making like backrooms content on YouTube for a while now. Only watched playthroughs. Yeah, Stanley Parable is definitely like a really good example of like the vibe. Played the first two Shenmue games. That's as close to Yakuza as I've played. I've watched other people play Yakuza. I'd like to eventually, I think. Now, there's a new Shenmue coming out for the Switch, too. Is there? I did not notice that. Saw Muramasa is coming out, a new adaptation of Muramasa with like new stuff. Having that whole series available on Switch 2 would single-handedly sell me on it. Maybe they're just re-releasing the old ones. How are we feeling about this little guy? I feel like he needs more to him. First two in with cliffhangers, it leaves you wanting more. I have never played. Oops. Never played one of those games. As far as I'm seeing, it's just 3, but maybe that means they'll put the first 2 in later. I have to imagine, like, they would want to make the first 2 available to play if they're making a third one. That's fine too, because I've never played the third. It's actually the one I didn't have a way of playing. I wish I had ideas for what to turn these other things into. Every once in a while, I'll draw a form that, like, will become a little guy, but, like, I don't know. I'm not getting anything from these other ones. So originally on 360 or something, maybe the gen after that. Oh, I didn't realize there was. I thought there were only 2 for some reason. we've done some forms. It's great that it's being brought over, though. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I was saying, one of my favorite games, Muramasa, is getting like an update for not the Switch 2 alone. It's for both the Switch and the Switch 2, which is even more exciting. Let's save that. It's like a hack and slash game that was on, it was for Wii originally, and then it was ported to PS Vita, but I don't think it got any new content when that happened, but now, like, now that it's gonna be, brought to Switch and Switch 2, there is, it looks like there are, like, several new characters, and probably like new stuff in addition to that. Which I look forward to a lot. That was always one of my favorite games once it came out. Muramasa Revenant Blades, what the new one with upgrades will be, yeah. Game had a really cool art style. Oh yeah, it super did. And like Vanillaware, the studio that made it, has made like several other games, but they've not been like the same like type of game. Like they haven't been like hack and slash. They've been like a variety of other kinds of games. And I was bummed out that like it felt like they kind of like left Muramasa behind, but pleasantly surprised that they are picking it up again with new content. Very, very exciting for me. Love it when that happens. Yeah, me too. So rarely is it a game I, you know, I really liked when it was out that happens for. So very exciting. Now I just need a port of Soul Blazer. My other another one of my favorite games that is like very underrated that not a lot of people know of. I don't think that's likely though. What's a game that's stuck on a console? Yeah, from SNES? Yes. I believe that was an Enix game before they were Square Enix. Actually played that one for a little long time ago. Nice! I have met very few people who played that game or even heard of it. But it is one of my favorites. We should play through it again. I'll help. I would love to play through it again. It's not a very long game. That's the one that shares a universe with, like, Terranigma and Secret of Evermore. There's another game. Oh, I don't... What is Secret of Evermore? Illusion of Gaia is it, yes. Terranigma and Illusion of Gaia. Which I've never played those games, but if I were to play Soul Blazer, maybe I would give it a try. Secret of Evermore. I've never heard of that. Oh, I can see why you would get it, confused. It looks like it kind of has, like, a similar, like, action RPG kind of play style. That's interesting. It's a Square game. Huh. I'd give that one a try as well. Yeah, I saw that it has a dog. That's great. Love that. Soul Blazer, I think, might tie in with the Act. Yes, ActRaiser is Not exactly. I think it came out before Soul Blazer, and Soul Blazer isn't exactly a sequel to it, but like the same people worked on it, so it shares a lot in common with it. And it's another one I haven't played. But again, if I were gonna replay Soul Blazer, I would give all these games a try. Although I think ActRaiser is like a little bit different in like I think it's a side scroller. Yeah, I mean like kind of like Soul Blazer is like a spiritual successor to the ActRaiser series. Um but yeah, I'd give them all. I'd give them all a try. Like the reason I even played Soul Blazer is because when I was a kid, I had a brother who's like 4 years older than me, and like, once in a while, like we'd be taken to rent a video game, and I was like too little to really understand games. I was just starting to like get interested in it, so he'd get whatever game that he wanted. And I would pretty much just like pick a game where the cover looked cool, and Soul Blazer was one of those games, and I actually really liked playing it, even though I barely knew what I was doing, and I would rent it over and over and over again until it wasn't Blockbuster, it was a different place, and like the people who worked there was like, you're the only people who rent this game, like you can just buy it. And that happened with two games for me. And Final Fantasy IV, which was of course called Final Fantasy II back then, was the other one. So but I loved both of those games. Still love both of those games. I would totally stream Final Fantasy IV as well. I think I've kind of misjudged his arm a little bit. As much as I love the first and third game, the fourth really felt like the first Final Fantasy that had the foundation down. I agree with that. And like I know that with like the first game that is a D&D fan game, right? But I feel like by the time they get to the fourth one, Final Fantasy starts to have a little bit of its own identity as a game. And then 6 was another really fantastic one. I don't really remember much about 5. I don't think I beat 5. Five is pretty good. It's kind of like three, but ironed out. Yeah, I remember because I remember like weren't there also like wasn't there also like a job system in five like there was in three? I remember because like I played four and six as a kid, and then seven came out, and because I was a kid and I was biased and dumb, like I really hated seven at first because of how like very different it was, and I was really I remember like at the time being like super bummed out that it seemed like all the games were moving towards 3D, which I didn't like because I loved pixel art and I still do, right? But then when I was like about to get into high school, so like the summer before high school, I decided like I'm gonna play all of the Final Fantasy games that I can, and you know, give a second chance to seven first of all, and then like I had not played one, two, the actual two, three or five yet, so I played those games. I replayed 7, and I really liked it at that point, because I was old enough to appreciate it for what it is, right? Because, like, when it came out, like, I was a kid, right? And I was just, like, pissed off that it wasn't like the previous games. I mean, you know, when you're a kid and you don't have, like, context or perspective, like, that can really, like, feel like, oh, man, the game series I love is over, basically. Still got his arm a little bit off, actually. Maybe it's just his leg is too low. Let's kind of get it up there. We're feeling like that for a few things. Yeah, like what did you feel that way about? There are series that like have actually been like, well, I guess that's it, you know. I guess it's just not gonna really be very good anymore. um, or I guess I should say it's not really gonna be like my thing so much anymore. Which, you know, that's fine. Things change. But I did end up liking Final Fantasy VII, and I think it probably has one of my favorite like overworld themes. Final Fantasy VII was my first Final Fantasy game, and I loved it. But I love the pixel look as well. Trying to recall, there was a game that grew on me like that though. Yeah, I remember I was really bummed out. I liked the first four Silent Hill games a lot. Did not like five. And you know, to be fair, like new people were working on it, and I felt like they didn't really like bring like the same energy. It started to feel like more like an action game and less like a horror survival game. Which is funny because like usually people who like the first three games don't like four, and like a lot of people claim that like, oh, it's never supposed to be a Silent Hill game. Like they think that like, you know, the thing that happens like Mario 2 or Star Fox, the one with like Crystal and stuff like that, where they weren't meant to be part of the series but then they were adapted. But that's actually not true of Silent Hill 4. It was supposed to be a Silent Hill side game, because it was like being developed simultaneously with 3, and then they just like decided to make it like part of the main series, which I don't think is a bad idea. I really liked it. I think, like, I don't understand how people who played all the games could possibly think that about 4. Because there's stuff that's, like, integral to the story that wouldn't make sense if it wasn't always going to be a Silent Hill game. Like, I think people just like to hate on it, though. You know, and it's fine. I don't care if they don't like it. That's whatever. People have different tastes, right? I think, like, when so not a game, but I felt that way about the third season of Digimon as a kid. It was too different and didn't like it as a kid. Watched it later, I really enjoyed it. I actually haven't seen uh much of the Digimon anime. I would like to, though, because, like, I've heard really good things about it. Um, I tried playing Final Fantasy VIII after I finished 7. But this was in, like, 2000. This was in 2000. No, it was in 2001. Um, and, like, finding like a decent guide on the internet was, like, much more of an ordeal back then. And I got stuck, and I couldn't figure out how to, like, progress in the game, so I just never beat it. If I wanted to play it, I'd have to, like, play it again. At least now, like, if I got stuck, I could, you know, easily look up, like, what the hell am I supposed to do now? It was, like, really early in the game, too, so I got to see very little of it. Eight intimidated me when I rented it, trying to understand the card game, and the manual was thicker than I was used to, having 4 discs. I should have tried to find the manual. Because at this point, 9 had already come out, I believe, and 10 was coming out, like, relatively soon. I didn't like 10. I didn't like the vibes. I didn't like the aesthetic. That one wasn't for me. Never played Kingdom Hearts, which kind of came out around that time period. I think, like, I don't know if I'm missing something, but like, the next, like, RPG, the next big RPG I played was Persona 3, which I did really like. Still kind of new to RPGs. I hadn't yet gotten into the series despite having played the original. I feel like I ended up, like, actually not being a very big RPG person. I liked Final Fantasy, like I liked Final Fantasy 4 and 6 because I liked the vibes, the aesthetics, the characters, the story and stuff like that. And the music, of course. I love RPGs. It kills me that they all take so long to play and I don't have that much time. I mean, that's a big part of it for me. I just don't have very much time for games, unfortunately. But, like, I also just genuinely don't like a lot of, like, big RPGs. I have a love-hate relationship with 10. It's not my favorite, but there were stuff I liked about it. It's a game I rarely feel like playing, but when I start, I eventually get hooked. It's weird. I feel like I have games like that. But yeah, I don't like a lot of the big RPGs. Like, when I really think about it, like, I try, and then I realize, like, I'm just having, like, such a bad time. I don't think I'm enjoying this. Like, I like Persona, and I still like watching, like, a lot of the newer Final Fantasy games. Like, those are series that I can vibe with. But, like, a lot of the big ones, I really just don't think I like them. Like, I don't think I could ever play Baldur's Gate 3 and enjoy it. And I know a lot of people love that game, and I get it. But I don't think it's for me. And, like, really, really a lot of the newer games that I've ended up really gravitating to are strategy, like, management kind of games. Play games like that before where I want to enjoy something, but I'm just not getting into it. Yeah. I mean, like, to a degree, like, you just can't, like, help what you enjoy, you know, like. Ads, I hate that. Welcome back. There hasn't been many new games that really interested me. I know for a while I was just browsing for indie games and trying them out. What kind of games do you typically like? Are you typically into RPGs, or is there like another game mechanic that you really enjoy? I think one of the things about Baldur's Gate 3 that like made me think like I don't think I'd like playing that game is I actually really like romance options in games. And I just didn't like how the ones in Baldur's Gate 3 were written, if that makes sense. I can't put my finger on what I'm talking about here, but like I prefer something more like Persona, I guess, or like farming games. My current RPG obsession is getting into all the Xenoblade games. I'm still playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, but I just want to play Xenoblade right now. Sorry. I've been really enjoying Core Keeper, but I kind of feel like I'm at a in-game point, and it just makes me want to restart the game. A variety: RPGs, story-based card games, Sims, platformers, aerial combat, racing. I could go on. Sims like what kind of sim games? Like The Sims, because Paralives just came out. It's very good. Fighting games. I was never good at fighting games. Haven't played The Sims, but I've always been interested. Yeah, like I said, Paralives just came out. It's very good. Much better than The Sims 4. Sims 2 and 3 were great, but... Last one I played was House Flipper. A lot of those, like, video store car... Oh, those games. Yeah, yeah. The Card Shop one looks really interesting to me because, like, it's very, like, a management kind of game, and I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love, like, strategy kind of games, like, resource management kind of games. I also like point-and-click games. But a lot of the point-and-click games I like are really kind of old at this point. Not just kind of old. Like, old enough that, like, they're before my time. Lately, for the past year or two, I've just been going through games that I didn't play growing up, like the ones I missed. I've been wanting to do that lately, especially with, like, Sega Saturn. Has a lot of games that look interesting to me. I also like, there are just, like, some Japanese computer games that never came out in the US that I would be interested in. Point-and-click games are good too. Yeah, I love the Sierra games so much. Some of those have fan yeah, exactly. Well, and, like, even if they don't, that's a good opportunity for me to, practice reading Japanese. The only thing that makes that a little different is that some of those games are, some of the older games, like, especially when you get into, like, Super Nintendo, they don't have any kanji, and I find it, like, really hard to read Japanese if there's no kanji. Like, you have to be really good, you have to know a lot of vocabulary to read it without kanji, because I feel like if you can read kanji and there's an unfamiliar word, well, you already know how to pronounce all the kanji, and you kind of can get an idea of like the meaning of it. So even if you don't know the word and you have to look it up, well, at least you know how to pronounce it, and you kind of have a good idea of like what it means, right? But if there's no kanji and you just see a word, you're just like, I have no idea. Like, you absolutely have to look it up. There's nothing to do about that. No real context clues unless you know, like, you know, the rest of the sentence really well. But like back then, like they couldn't, you know. I guess there wasn't enough like space memory. I'm not really sure. There's a reason. All right, let's save and move on to another one of these sketches. I guess I'll get rid of this so I don't accidentally like merge, and I'll lock this layer. Okay. Closest thing I've done is learning the Chinese character tiles in Mahjong. I mean, hey, that counts. Hey, Noonvale, how's it going? Having rough baseline, understanding how to play it. I used to know how to play it. I was practicing for a while, but dropped off. Fair enough. Hanahuda was something else I wanted to try out just to see how it's played. I have not played it before, but I would be interested in learning. Because that's one of the things Nintendo used to make before they made video games was Hanahuda cards. The cards are pretty. Yeah, I love the aesthetic. Yeah, they had some Mario themed ones. Yeah, they. I feel like those were like maybe an anniversary thing when they made those, or some kind of special event. Because it was maybe it was like I don't know the 100-year anniversary of Nintendo as a it like it's really old. How old is Nintendo? How old is Nintendo? 136 years old. Founded in 1889. I think their name actually came from like something that like illegal gambling operations would like put on their like storefront to like let people know that there was gambling going on in Kansai, because they started in Kansai, didn't they? I think they're still based in Kansai. Yeah, they're based in Kyoto. Original Nintendo headquarters. The right section was originally rebuilt. Oh, they made Karuta as well. That's cool. I don't know if you've ever played Karuta, but it's just like, you know, you match the cards basically. I think Karuta is literally card touch. Oh no, it's from Portuguese carta, meaning card. I always thought it was like card touch, but I guess not. It's from Portuguese. Just like looking at like Nintendo information. According to Nintendo, the business's first Western-style card deck was put on the market in 1902. That's interesting. I know in the 20th century they started making like toys, because I found like a 60s, I think a 60s ad for like a one of those grabby toys. I don't know how to describe it. I shouldn't even try. Name doesn't sound familiar, but it sounds similar to Shanghai or Mahjong Solitaire. Well, I mean, like, basically what it is, like, there are, just, like, you put a bunch of cards on the floor, right? And I think traditionally it was a little different, right? But, like, it's a game that like often gets played in like English classes where like I don't know, there's a card with a apple on it, there's a card with an orange on it, there's a card with a banana on it, whatever, and like the person calls out apple, and like the first kid to touch apple gets to keep the card, and then of course however many cards you have at the end is the winner. But I think like traditionally, like maybe there would be something where like there would be some image that's a reference to like a poem or something, and like the person calling out would like say the first like line of the poem or something, and then the person had to like, it was a lot more, you know, like complicated and artistic than like, you know, just like grabbing the card, right? But yeah, like that's essentially how it works. Because I know they still, like, there still are, like, traditional, like, Karuta, the poem. Okay, yeah. There's still, like, traditional, like, Karuta, like, games, competitions, even. Rabbit holes for card games and such. I mean, that's cool. And I think they, like, didn't realize tarot cards were the basics for a standard deck of playing cards commonly used now. Really? I didn't know that either. I've never really been a card game kind of person. But there are some, like, if cards have, like, cool art on them, that makes me interested. Never played Magic cards, but I started following an artist some years back that did art for some Magic cards, and learned a little bit more about them through that. Never ended up playing them, though. I definitely need to do this kind of practice more often. Magic is one I've been meaning to try. I collected Pokemon cards back when they were first coming out. Never played the game. But I'm not, like, generally I'm not much of a multiplayer kind of person. I've always really, like, preferred kind of, like, solitary games. I prefer playing digitally. I'd rather just collect the physical cards. I know with, like, with Magic cards, like, because the artists, you know, would often, like, go to conventions and stuff where, like, fans of their cards would be, they would do, like, paint overs for the cards that they painted, like, and made some, like, really cool art that way. The one artist that I started following who painted Magic cards doesn't anymore. He does his own stuff now. Is Pete Morbacher, and Now he paints like these really like eldritch looking like angels. They don't look like angels like, I don't know, like a guy with wings, right? They look like spooky looking, really cool looking. And he has an interesting way of painting. He'll paint in grayscale and put a gradient map over it and then like continue to refine on top of that. Yeah, like lots of eyes or like no eyes. Really cool kind of stuff. Lots of like wheels. Really interesting kind of stuff. Have to check that out. Yeah, I mean, he's still pretty active online, I think. I know he's got Instagram. I just hate Instagram because it's like you like, I want to get on there and I want to follow like artists, right? I don't care about anything else. I don't want to see other stuff. But like, even though you can select like, oh, I just want to look at my following tag, like the people I'm following, or like, or tab or whatever. When you open Instagram, it's just like, here's the algorithm, here's the For You page, and it's always like stuff I absolutely do not want to see. I'm just like, I hate this. I hate this experience. This is awful. And like, the timeline is not chronological. Like, you can follow somebody and, you know, there's probably like a 10% chance you'll actually like get to see their posts. It's horrible. But I feel like I have to like keep a presence there. Because there are already so many social media sites where I'm just like, I don't want to use that. And Instagram isn't quite annoying enough for me to be like, I straight up don't want to use that. I have Instagram, but I never actually use it. Yeah, it's just unpleasant. Like, it's not fun to use. I pretty much only go on when like I need to post new stuff, right? And then like I try to like browse the artists that I follow, and then I don't want to be on it anymore. Like, I absolutely, if it feeds me any reels, anything like that where I'm seeing like actual human beings and not pieces of art, I'm just like, I'm about to get like a garbage take fed to me. The one exception is I do actually follow a couple of vintage fashion people there, people who like dress vintage, especially like people who dress in like 70s or 80s clothes and do like that like era of makeup. But other than that, no. But like, that's art adjacent, right? A lot of social media apps feel that way to me. It's just regurgitated algorithm. Yeah. I will say that is one thing I like about Tumblr, that it's still not doing... It's still not, like, pushing that kind of thing on you. Yeah, like, I love, like, 70s and 80s aesthetics, and, I incorporate that stuff into my art where I can, so, following people who, you know, actually like their day-to-day fashion is from those times is kind of helpful for me. Yeah, fashion is absolutely art. Like, the comic I'm working on now is actually, like, set in the 90s, but I think when it comes to my original comics, I mean, they're not set in the real world, but, like, aesthetically, the vibes are 70s or 80s for the most part. Actually feel like I made that crotch a little too low. So I'm interested in like the fashion and like interior design and just like design in general. I was like the old design of kitchen appliances, the rounded look. I really like looking at not just like appliances, but like just electronics in general um from decades past. I don't like I mean, it's not just like I don't think I have like nostalgia bias or anything like that. Because like I really haven't liked the aesthetic like even from when I was a kid, right? Like it really is just like 70s to early 80s that like I really like the aesthetics of those times. And I think like a lot of it is just like how colorful things were, and I feel like there's a good balance of form and function when it comes to like appliances and electronics. Alright, I think I'm just gonna leave this as like a pencil sketch. Maybe clean it up a little bit. Save, that's a good idea. Thank you for the pistachio. Thank you for the 50 stream streak. Holy crap. Time to make myself a water. A flavored water. But I missed a stream. Well, somehow you made up for it. I don't know how you did that. But that's my fault. I'm sorry. Silly Twitch. Okay, I am, how bad does it look that one of these is a pencil sketch? I guess it's fine. Oh yes, I'm making myself a water. I just started drawing again. I was like, oh, gotta draw. Gotta draw fast. But anyway, yeah, because like I like kind of like mid to late-ish 20th century aesthetics. I really like thank you for the hydrate. I really like cassette futurism. I will say one trend I did really like from the 90s was when they were like making you miss Phil. I'm sorry, that's my fault. He has not been streaming because I've been sick and he's been taking care of me, and like then being so off schedule, like I haven't been cooking lately, so he's been handling dinner. But we did talk about like making it possible for him to stream tomorrow, um, doing some art, working on his comic again. So hopefully we'll be able to make that happen. But yeah, one trend I did really like in the '90s was the clear electronics, like the clear purple Game Boy Color. Oh man, that was fantastic. Remember when that was the big thing? Yes, I had the clear purple Nintendo 64 controller. I did too, but it broke. The analog the analog thing broke, and it was just like a sharp stick. So like whoever had to use that controller, which was usually me, because I was the younger brother, was just gonna have to be in pain. Maybe that's why I don't like multiplayer games. Well, for Nintendo 64, I did like, this is crazy because I don't even like shooters. I liked 007, and I also liked Mario Kart and Diddy Kong Racing. I feel like there was maybe another racing game. Oh no, I might be thinking of Cruising USA for PS1. Oh, well, there was Wave Race. I loved Mario Kart, Mario Party, Smash Brothers. I actually never played Mario Party. I played Smash Brothers. At least the one for Nintendo 64. I don't think I played any of the ones after that. Um, that style pairs with old sci-fi movies, right? With like the computer setups they would use. Yeah, I think like one good example of that would be Alien, which is one of my all-time favorite movies, and kind of cool to find out that like one of the people who worked on it also had Crohn's disease and was was a major influence in some of the scenes of the movie, which I thought was cool. But I love that movie. It's actually like a comfort movie. Like I'll put that on like if I want to just like relax. And I understand like it's a horror movie, right? But like just the vibe of the ship when horror stuff is not going on is incredibly relaxing. I played the Nintendo 64. I never had any other game system. Wow, I did not know that. I think I knew you didn't have GameCube, but not that you never had any other. Well, absolutely everything about the visual style of Alien. Yes, I love that movie. I think that would be a cool movie to do. Like one thing I've done in the past that I haven't done for a while, but I could do this next week for my study stream instead of maybe like I could cut some of the earlier in the night practices that I typically do and do like a movie still from Alien or another movie. They got the atmosphere so perfect in that movie. I agree. I feel like I think that movie was made in 1979. I feel like those couple of years, like late 70s into like early 80s, a lot of really like visually stunning movies came out. I mean, I've never actually really seen the Star Wars movies, but like the images I see of the first movie, like aesthetically speaking, like I feel like there's a lot of good stuff there. And I think that was 77. I'm trying to think what else. Didn't 2000 Space Odyssey, is it Space Odyssey? Oh my god. 2001 A Space Odyssey. Yes. Okay, that movie 1968. Whoa, that movie's a lot older than I realized it was. Okay, I thought it was made in the 70s. Wow, though. I feel like it's kind of ahead of its time aesthetically. Because, like, I feel like, you know, as a lot of stuff in the 60s has that very like atomic futurism look, but I guess Star Trek doesn't. Nerd helped me select specs for my computer laptop so it could run World of Warcraft. You know, that's fair. I think that like a lot of my video game playing has shifted over to PC. I think for the let me look up and so that I'm not talking my out of my ass here. I think the people who did like the visuals on it ended up working on like a lot of other movies like in the 70s. But I may be thinking of a different movie, but I do feel like a lot of the visuals influenced like sci-fi stuff in the 70s. Oh man. There's like a lot of stuff about but as for Alien, the artist who did like the designs for everything in that movie, I don't know if he worked on the later movies. Let me try to find out. And I don't mean H.R. Geiger. Like, I know that he, like, influenced it, but there was an artist who, like, actually, like, designed... everything's saying H.R. Geiger. I think his name is Sid something. my god. I can't find this guy's name. I'm being oppressed by H.R. Geiger. Alright, well, if anybody knows who I'm talking about... Concept artist, maybe? Everything is bringing H.R. Geiger, and I know that's not who I'm talking about. Oh, I'm so frustrated. What really they even mentioned other concept artists, but not the guy I'm thinking of. But I feel like he designed the Nostromo. Or was he only on, like, the second movie or something? Well, anyway, I know that feeling trying to find something that I know I read about. Well, the thing that drives me really crazy is, like, I visited my mom, a couple of years ago, and she had his art book, and, like, there was stuff, like, from Alien in it, and I think maybe stuff from Blade Runner as well, but, like, also, like, product design that he had done, and, like, cars that he had designed and stuff like that. Maybe if I look up Blade Runner concept artist. Blade Runner concept. Sid Mead. I wonder if he only did, like, Aliens and didn't work on the original Alien movie. Yeah, okay, Blade Runner, Aliens, and Tron. I didn't know about Tron. So that must be why he worked on the second one and not the first one. But his art... Oh, man, he died a couple of years ago. That sucks. I didn't know that. His art is really, really cool, and it really has, like, the vibe that I'm like, kind of going for to a degree. Like the cassette futurism. But, like, yeah, if you look at his work, like, not just for Blade Runner and Aliens, like, he makes, like, a lot of, like, crazy cool stuff. Or he made a lot of crazy cool stuff. Unfortunately, he's died, but yeah, I love his art. He's one of those people that, like, makes me interested in learning from artists who are product designers, because I feel like they have a really good sense of, like, thinking in 3 dimensions. They have a really good sense of, like, rendering 3D form, which, like, earlier in the night I was drawing blobs and, like, trying to make, like, 3D shapes out of them. Like, that's why I do kind of stuff like that. Sometimes I'll make, like, creatures out of them, but I'd like to start trying to make, like, things that look like objects out of them. But yeah, for me, he's up there with, like, Kim Jong-gi when it comes to, like, god tier artists. Kim Jong-gi, who also died, I think in 2018. No, it was after 2020. I think it was like 2021 or 22. It wasn't that long ago. There is another artist who, like, is at that level, though, and she is very much alive and still making work. Hey, Acorn! Her name is Sori Kim. She's an incredible artist, and I love seeing... She's one of the people that, like, if I see one of her posts on Instagram, I'm happy to see it. Definitely recommend checking her out if you like that kind of stuff. I mean, she's more, like, her art is a little more, like, organic, but she has that, like, incredible sense of, like, 3D shapes. And I strive to be able to do that. Which is why I need to stop skipping study streams. But I was sick. I was sick. A mysterious mystical power. What is? Drawing 3D forms? I feel like if you can, you know, study and get good at drawing 3D forms, that really like boosts your ability as an artist a lot, which is, you know, why I'm really trying to learn to do that. I'll show you my blobs after I like fill in these people. Because I made a little guy out of one of my blobs. Yeah, I need to do that more. Like, drawing blobs is actually really good practice. I just feel a little intimidated by it. But you know, the thing about it is that, like, if I draw 100 blobs that are not very interesting, maybe I'll start to draw blobs that are more interesting. But if I'm gonna get to that point, I need to be doing it. I need to be drawing them blobs. An interesting blob is just called a ditto. Well, it's incredible what you could turn a blob into. You know, as much as I don't really like the kind of like mid to late 90s aesthetic, I will say that, like, they did some interesting thing with blob as design. And even though I don't really like the way it looks, it's good. It's good practice for me to, like, look at design like that, because it kind of pushes me to think about, like, organic shape in object design. And a lot of people do like the blob look for merge this down, and I'll show off my blobs after I save. Let's save first. I'm about to do gesture drawing, so I'll show everything that I've done so far. Here's my people drawing practice. Let's see. This is just line practice. I was real sloppy on that because I haven't been keeping up with this. This is just like turning flat objects in space. Okay. Cubes. Here we go. Here we go. Here's my blobs. So, like, I want to hang out in the dumpster area. It's just so true. That's why Sid's name sounds familiar. There's a game with his name on it, and he did the visual designs for another few. Tell me. I would be very interested to see what games those are. But yeah, like I started just by drawing like blobby ovular kind of shapes, and then like I tried to add like structure lines to like make them look more 3D, and like some of I see where I did kind of a crappy job on some of them, but like, you know, I just need to do it more often. Look at them blobbies, they work out. But one of them turned into a little guy. I made it like a weird little. I think I had on my mind like the evolution of like early arthropods, because I have to imagine like they started getting like legs and stuff like that before they started getting exoskeletons. So maybe they were like a worm with like little legs. It's somewhere between like a worm and an arthropod is kind of like what I was imagining. But yeah, here's my blobs. I need to do blobs much more often. Sid Mead's terraforming? That sounds familiar. I'm checking this out. Yeah, this is looking a little familiar. Can I get them's digits? The blobs? Yeah. I mean, basically, you're gonna be in the same apartment with the blobs. I don't know how you feel about that. But they're gonna be right there with you. Cyber Race on PC and Speedway on Saturn for the designs. Let me see. Speedway. Oh yeah, I can totally see that. And Cyber Race. That's cool. I didn't actually know that he worked on video games, but that's super cool. Yeah, I mean that'll like be something for me to look up later, because you know it's a really good thing. Like when you're trying to improve at drawing, it's a good thing to have like goals, like artists whose work that you want to influence you, that you really admire. Because like I can talk about like how much I like cassette futurism or like retrofuturism all I want, and like take inspiration from like actual like products and things like that, but like there's something about the way that he uses color in ways that I wouldn't necessarily think to do that I feel like I could get something. Although I don't usually use color when I'm drawing. Super into retro gaming, I consume a lot of information on them. That must have been a recent thing I've heard of. Yeah, I mean, when I have the chance, I'd like to play some of the older games that I missed out on. I think that's something I'd really like to do. Could have been when I was going through old gaming mags. Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds very fun. I love old magazines in general. Old catalogs, old fashion magazines, old gaming magazines sounds really cool. Oh man, I don't need to bring any new items into my apartment though. That's for sure. Especially not if like I don't know, I ever want to get out of this town. But yeah, I also did like these guys on the left all started life as boxes. But like I carved like shapes into them, and I tried to get a little more like complex than I had been doing in the past. Like I have like floating shapes that are like separate from, you know, the original shapes. You know that, but that's kind of like the good thing about doing practice that like gets boring is that as the practice gets boring, you start thinking of like crazier and crazier stuff to do with it. And you know, I think that there's real value in like sticking with like fundamental practice that feels like it's like below your level. Because first of all, I think you're overestimating, you know, myself, right? Not you guys. Like I think like you know, you can overestimate like, oh, I'm beyond that. Like you're never really beyond that, right? And like the more you do fundamental practices and limit yourself to these like really, you know, kind of simple practices with like boxes or things like that, you know, you get bored and you start doing like wacky stuff with it. Because like the first time I did this practice, I didn't do like floating shapes. I didn't put like holes through the middle of them. I didn't do stuff like that. Uh, those shapes are scary. Oh no, why are they scary? Which ones are scary? It even gives me like ideas for like weird stuff I could do with like just starting out with boxes. Oh man, it makes me want to practice more, but maybe next time. They're so complex, but for now, if you want to just draw boxes in perspective, that practice will get you to complexity eventually. Just get like really comfortable with it to the point that it's boring, and then you'll start doing crazy stuff and you'll surprise yourself. But we are gonna start. Oh, I should save because I hid layers and I showed up new layers. We are gonna start with Just Draw Party in just a second here. That's the long pose. I'm gonna save, and we have an ad coming up, so I will be right back. And then as soon as I'm back, we will start Just Draw Party. Okay, I am back. I just need to get rid of this and change my setup a little bit. But yeah, like honestly, doing a really oh, I was gonna do skulls, but I feel like I should just hop into Just Draw. Doing like a really foundational practice until it's boring, I think is like a really good idea. Lately in my sketchbook, which I try to draw in every day, I've been picking like a really simple practice and doing it every day for like 2 weeks. Oh, I didn't get the right screen up. There we go. I've been doing it every day for 2 weeks, and like pretty quickly it gets kind of boring to do. And that's when, you know, I try like different things, like keep like the same idea of the practice but like do different things with it. I just filled one sketchbook like a couple of days ago, and like I feel like it's a really boring stuff, but I can do a sketchbook tour if that's interesting. I don't want to take up Phil's space, but he's got the webcam. I don't know how I would do that, but maybe I'll just make a short phone video. Do tour? Okay, I will. Alright. Getting my canvas ready. Make sure the video is muted because we want my music, not this like piano music. And we're gonna do some Gestural Party. And it's been a hot second since I've done Gestural Party, so don't judge my my sloppy, stinky drawings. And after Gestural Party, we're gonna be I'm gonna be practicing trying to learn how to draw textures. It's not really something I'm great at, so a good thing for me to practice. Literally no one who judges City 1. That's true, and I would never judge anybody else. Untrue Nude Veil, I judge myself. I mean, I guess we all do that. Let's move you down. Echo judges me hardcore every time I sing. Echo. So these are 1 minute poses I'm doing now. This is probably gonna be one of the streams I don't edit down for YouTube. I'll probably like put the whole stream on. Mostly it's like what makes me decide to do one thing or the other is if like I feel confident in the subject matter of the final like kind of like thing, the main thing I'm studying like at the end of stream. But like I don't feel confident in textures. I feel like I'm learning, which is great. I'm happy about that. But like I don't really feel like I have any like words of wisdom to offer. It doesn't make for like a good shorter YouTube video. Like with shadows and lighting, I feel like I kind of have like a workflow that I'm comfortable with. Dogs are good at the silent judging. It's true. Swear she rolled her eyes at me once. You know, expression and gaze tracking are like major parts of dog evolution that makes them dogs and makes them like very adapted to communicating with humans. So maybe she did roll her eyes at you. Were you about to judge me? Speaking of words of wisdom, sweet redacted, to judge me for getting out of bed. No, I'm with Rudy. Why would you do such a thing? Hungy. Fair. This is a great pose for trying to think in 3D. In a relatively short amount of time. So do you reckon that they cheated? Who? Either way, I don't think they deserved the haircut. What? I reckon that they cheated. Either way, I don't think they deserve the haircut. What? I get disgruntled Borfs from Rudy. Echo is a Shiba Inu. Or as they're called in Japan, Shiba-ken. My dog absolutely does. Oh, my dog absolutely does that. If I need to get out of bed, I get the "could you not look" a Chihuahua mix. Noonvale has well, 1.5 Chihuahuas. There's an ad on your screen that says, "My mother-in-law cut my hair in my sleep as she believes I cheated." Oh, I see. There's a Reddit story. I've actually heard that Reddit story. I think mixed with an Italian Greyhound. I had an Italian Greyhound mix when I was a little kid. She did not... OP did not cheat, presumably. And, what her mother-in-law did was assault. It's a Reddit story, yeah. I listen to Reddit stories, like, when I'm doing dishes and things like that. Shoulder is kind of low. Let's move it up. You know, I think Noonvale suggested I do Moon Match this week. I completely forgot about it. I'm gonna write myself a note to prepare a Moon Match for next week. And I think there's something in the got her as my profile pic. Oh, let me see. Yeah. That's a very cute dog. What is her name? That's valid. I read those AITA posts when I'm bored at work. Yes. I love those. I love Reddit stories. Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, what's that Moon Match? Those are those like 10-minute like scene drawings that I used to do. Peaches. That's nice. And I think you suggested that I like get back to doing them, and I really should. I'm going to send myself a note to do that. And I had an idea for a study stream. Oh man. I cannot remember what it was. Because I have stuff on the docket, but I had an idea of one that I really wanted to do, and I don't remember what it was. Like a fool. Like a dang fool. Okay. But I will do Moon Match. as part of my whole little routine next week. Oh, this is 2 minutes. Got the name from my dad because the color of her fur. That's nice. Got the chaps situation. Little precious angel baby. I like your sketch on this one a lot. Oh, thank you. Did I do? Thank you. She's more leg than body. I mean, that is typical of an Italian Greyhound. That's for sure. I think my Italian Greyhound mix was mixed with like a rat terrier. Like, okay, my adoptive family tried to convince me that this dog was a Chihuahua. This dog was not a Chihuahua, like, at all. 0%. She basically looked like an Italian Greyhound with a rat terrier face. My friend has a Pomchi and his legs are freakishly long. I drew this way too big. It's a really hit or miss thing with gesture drawing. But just I just gotta remind myself, the point isn't doing good drawings, it's to learn. And I do feel like I learn a lot from this. Like, I think one of the really good things about it is, like, I do tend to have, like, a more, like, careful approach to, like, drawing bodies. And, like, this kind of forces me to, like, loosen up. Which is good for me, because I'm not a very intuitive artist, and I'm trying to change that. Whoa, she's dying. She's been shot. My friend, meanwhile, my Rudy is a beefy sausage football player. Corey, you should do 2-minute gesture drawings, but it's all pet pictures, chat submits. I'll do it. I'll do it. I could use the practice drawing animals. I'll put it in the study stream request channel. Okay. I have stuff I want to and need to do, but I'm in ADHD waiting hell. I have something to do, so soon I can't do anything else but wait. That sucks. Well, but I don't have ADHD, so I'm sure, like, my things that I do when I'm waiting for something wouldn't help. Different brain diseases is what I have. Oh man, that leg is like way up here. Not that I'm calling ADHD a disease, that's just how I talk about myself. Paying attention to, like, how this halter top fits is important to me, because, like, that's one of those things that I have, like, no intuitive sense of, like, how to draw, like, necklines and like, this isn't a neckline, but it's, like, in that category of thing, right? Oh my god, the hat. Don't want to not draw this hand. Okay. We are approaching the... You're not going to hold that pose for 5 minutes. Come on. I'm just drinking gin and enjoying stream until I gotta leave. Where do you have to go? The foreign teachers on my island are going out to dinner. Oh, but I must do Snoop and Book Club poll when I get back. And also I need to put my cards in my binder. Oh, man. I started writing a new fan fiction, which is what I said I wouldn't do. I said I wasn't going to start work in progress while I'm still in progress with what I'm working on. I am writing a scenario where it's post-war. It's just freshly post-war, and basically the plot is as Voldemort was dying, he cursed Harry, and the curse is that he's going to die in a year and a day, and like with after about a month of like not feeling well after the final battle, um he he visits Snape in the infirmary, who obviously survived, and like Snape is like, "Whoa, there's something off. Something's wrong here." And he kind of discovers like that there's a curse on Harry, and like the healers come and they figure out what the curse is exactly. And he's now living in Hogwarts infirmary, and everybody's like trying to figure out how to break the curse. And I know how the curse is broken. Whether or not that happens, I won't say. Maybe he dies, maybe he doesn't. But that's what I'm writing right now. All right, 5-minute pose. Oh, it's a tragedy ending for Perry. Sounds awesome. Thank you. I will say that like even if he survives, I think it is going to be a pretty like, at least I hope a pretty sad fic overall. Because the thing is, he's pretty convinced he's gonna die, right? And it's like, I have other things I need to be working on, and yet... Why did she do this pose? It's clearly giving her a difficult time. When these people like do a crazy pose like this for the 5-minute pose, I'm just like, come on, you're gonna fall over, you're gonna move around a lot. It makes me stressed out and nervous. I feel like I'm gonna see this person injure themselves. Also, I feel like I've made this too big. I need to speed up. I'm running out of time. I feel like I'm doing a real bad job here. One thing I really find myself struggling with is, like, pelvises in general. So I'm trying to pay particular attention to, like, the structure of the pelvis, like when I've been drawing lately, and doing some drawing from observation is certainly going to help that. I need to do that more. There you go. 5 minutes. The waiting thing is an ADHD thing. Also, I am very hot. It was cold, like, on Wednesday. It was very cold. It was like, it got down to 36 degrees, which, you know, for June, that's pretty dang cold. But it warmed up today, and I'm feeling it. Okay, we're gonna do a 20-minute pose. Last time I did a 20-minute pose, I ended up taking like 40 minutes on. Just sounds like something I do, not diagnosed, but I've been wondering. I will say, like, I think if you're wondering, that's probably a pretty good sign. For anything, right? Because, like, I don't have ADHD, and in some ways, like, my disorder is like an opposite situation to ADHD. Not in every way, but, like, if you can imagine the opposite problem, sometimes that's what I'm experiencing. Although, I bet there are people with both ADHD and OCPD. That must be an absolute mindfuck to experience both of those things at the same time. I have a few friends with ADHD that have similar quirks that line up. Sorry, I was feeding echo, but yeah, it can be an ADHD thing. Like, there's gotta be, right? But, like, how would you endure that? I feel like that would be hell. Obsessed with control and rigid, like, schedule type things, but also time blindness and executive dysfunction. I can't imagine how you would cope with those things simultaneously. I feel bad for anybody who's in that scenario. Alright. Get my clock. My timer. Am I going to be able to draw this in 20 minutes? We will see. There's gotta be people out there, though. Like, that's the thing. Because, like, there's nothing stopping you from having both of those things. Okay. Got 20 minutes on the clock. I don't want to zoom in too much because it's going to be hard to, like, see the overall structure if I do. Okay. I'm wondering if I should give myself more time, but I feel like the answer to that is no. Is that why you don't like multiplayer games? You can't control what the other people do? I think it's a little more complicated than that. It's more like I can't control the situation, and I feel like if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I'm like, and I know my brain is exaggerating this, right? I feel like I'm walking on a knife's edge of, like, if I do too poorly, the other person isn't gonna enjoy it because I'm not good competition, and if I do, like, too well, then, like, the other person's not going to enjoy it because, like, oh, I did too well or whatever. So I feel like I have to, like, focus on being as like, middle of the road as possible. Which I'm not very good at video games, so usually that's like, me focusing on being just competent enough that, like, they don't think I'm, like, playing badly on purpose, but actually I'm just bad at the game. I don't know. What if the other person is there to just enjoy the gameplay? This is impossible. This is an impossible scenario in my mind. Be great, Corky, crush their fragile egos into the ground and then step on it. And the friendship, I just, like, I can't get myself to stay in that mindset is the thing. It's like, even if I try to go into it with that attitude, like, the anxiety of that starts to creep in, which I will say that is one reason that, like, I'm more likely to enjoy, like, a co-op multiplayer situation. Me and Noon, totally opposite things. But even then, I'm, like, super anxious about, like, oh, I'm not doing this well enough. Like, I'm not supporting my fellow player well enough, and actually they hate me now, and they're gonna throw hammers at me until I die. So that's what's happening in my brain when I try to play a multiplayer game. I mean, really, my brain is like, I'm letting them down, I'm letting them down, I'm letting them down. I can't do stuff with teams, I get way too stressed out. Yeah, it's extremely stressful for me. And this is funny because, like, I actually like collaborating on art with other people. For some reason, that doesn't really make me feel that way as strongly. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just that I'm not, like, as comfortable with video games as I am with art. If it's a co-op situation, I always try to soothe the other person by saying some of the most fun I've had was with my sister, who's mostly playing to either go on suicide missions and take down what you can, or else stay here so I can respawn if I die, but I don't know if that works or not. Alright, 20 minutes. 20 minutes on the clock. Gotta draw fast. Petition for Corey to do 30-second gesture drawings, but it's all Sonic. I would do 30-second gesture drawings. Pose Maniacs has, like, a 30-second gesture drawing tool. One challenging thing about this is that, like, her breasts are not, like, aligned with her rib cage because she's raising her arm up. Like, the upper torso in particular has, like, a lot of moving parts to it, that I feel like I've had to, like, learn how to, like, think about them independently. In particular, the rib cage and shoulders. We have very, mobile shoulders as we are great apes. Pause. People are saying things. Oh no. I just get paranoid that I'm going to mess things up, and because that's all I'm thinking about, I start making a lot of mistakes. Yeah, that is very relatable. Extremely, extremely relatable. I think actually that's probably why I'm a lot more comfortable when it comes to like collaborating with art, because like when I'm doing art, like I am in the mindset of I'm ready to make mistakes and learn from them. When I'm playing video games, I'm not. I'm not in that mindset at all. Well, that's not true. If I'm playing them alone, I can kind of get into that mindset, but like with other people, it's like, oh, everything's on the line. They're relying on me. Can't mess up. I mean, maybe that is like one of the things I like about art so much is like really at the core, like there are a lot of things that you can do to get better, but like at its core, like the way you get better at art is fuck around and find out. Like, there's something really freeing about like knowing that like I have to make mistakes and fail a lot if I want to get good at this thing. That's how I approach gardening too. I mean, that's a good approach, you know? Like you gotta mess up to get good at something. Um and the more I lean into that, the more fun and less scary and stressful like tackling some of my weaknesses are. Like I'm gonna show you my sketchbook, but I've been trying to work on one of my weaknesses in there, which is like drawing faces. I've been trying to do that from observation. Uh oh, hey Sleeps. Mess up to get good. That's how I approach so many things: gaming, art, music, etc. I gotta find out why not to do something by scientific observation of failure. I mean, that's a really good point. And like I was watching, I think it was Sam Does Art, one of his videos. He's a really good artist. He does very different kinds of art to what I do, but like actually that's kind of helpful for me. And I think it was him talking about how like there were all these videos of like mistakes to avoid as an artist, like mistakes I wish I had avoided. But the thing is like if you don't make the mistakes, you don't learn like why they're mistakes, right? Like it's good to make a lot of mistakes when you're learning to draw, even when you're, you know, at a more advanced level and you're like refining your stuff. Like it's good to like make a lot of mistakes and figure out like what looks good and what doesn't. Try a lot of things, fuck up, get better. You learn more when exactly you learn more when you make mistakes. And that's why I like the Dungeon World RPG system, is because you get EXP from failures and not from successes, which I think is a lot more realistic. I have not drawn this person's head. But hey, I often draw heads last because they're hard. Faces are really difficult. One skill I didn't learn by actively messing up was fire breathing, though. Oh, well, maybe try not to mess up on that one. Yeah, yeah. I guess some skills you have to be a little more careful about. Chopping vegetables maybe would be another one where you gotta be a little more careful. I'm running out of time. I really need to get in gear. If I'm going to give myself 10 minutes to sketch, 10 minutes to draw. And that's my goal. Yeah, I've been trying to like draw faces from observation, and right now I feel like I'm getting worse at it. Hopefully that is me being better able to see mistakes, or I'm just getting worse at it. I don't know. I feel like this is a real stinky drawing, though. Getting worse seems unlikely. I mean, I think that there are certainly some things where, like, because you're trying a lot of stuff, you'll maybe try something that looks worse than what you were doing in the first place, but, like, the overall skill level is going to be going up. And that's the important thing to remember. Out of time. I need to keep up with my boxes, because one thing I'm realizing is that I have a really hard time thinking about like the planes of the face and keeping those consistent. So like I've got boxes on my mind in the background. We're down to 10 minutes, so it's time to stop sketching and start drawing. Let's do this. It's only 20 minutes, right? If I make a bad looking drawing, it's okay. Super off topic, but I just saw a post about the World Cup. Oh, the World Cup. Yes, that's a thing that happens sometimes. Oh no, I have seen a post about it because they're going full axolotl with the theming, right? Because it's in Mexico. I'm abreast of the world. Korea was playing today during lunch, and we have a TV usually on the news channel in the cafeteria, but it was showing the soccer game, and it was awesome because the students were screaming every time Korea scored. Nice. Sports ball. And when it was over, they all started dancing. Did Korea win? It's so much fun. That's nice. Man, Korea and Japan are very different. In terms of school. They won. That's great. Felt like I was at the game. They were chanting players' names and everything. FIFA World Cup, I'm loving how everyone is, like, dying here in the States. Dying? What? Oh, like, are the American players not doing very well? They're many of the European players can't hack the heat. Europeans are struggling with the heat and humidity. Oh, that I see. Yeah, it's so funny, like, when I'm, like, listening to somebody from the UK talk about the heat, and it's, like, I don't know, like, 83 degrees, and they're just like, I'm going to die. I hate heat too, but like... These are people who profess to love summer, is the funny part. Some folks were dry heaving up in, I think it was Massachusetts, some New England state. They make it sound like Africa. To be fair, it's been a comfy 32 Celsius this week here in Missouri, and low relative humidity of 68. Comfy blech. Yeah, no. That's too hot for me. It was close to 0 Fahrenheit yesterday, or the day before yesterday. I was loving that. Not Fahrenheit, sorry. 0 Celsius. It was 36 Fahrenheit. Some of the Africans are struggling because of the humidity too. Oh, is it dry? Well, I guess depending on where in Africa, yeah, it's pretty dry. I didn't think sub-Saharan Africa was dry, but that's a lot of Africa that's not sub-Saharan. Okay, I gotta lock in for a minute. I love AC so much. Same. It was 26 with 77% humidity here, and while I was walking home, I wanted to die, but I also don't brag about not needing AC or whatever. I do need AC. Oh, the people who brag about not needing AC. Ugh. Probably fine in the States. Honestly, it's very comparable. Yeah, like Georgia and Japan have a very similar climate. Japan's a little cooler. Honestly, I don't sweat as much in the South Carolinas here. Uh, I probably saw a cousin for AC. I don't know how there's whole European countries without AC. Yeah, that's hubris, in my opinion. They aren't in conditions when they need them there. Well, but like lately, because there have been like heat waves in Europe where like people have died, which is why heat waves hit them so. Well, yeah, okay, there you go. I moved away from the heat, but now spring and fall are like a week per year, and I have to deal with snow. I don't mind snow at all. Uh, but yeah, I feel like with things going the way that they're going, people in Europe need to like get with the program and get that AC. Getting overheated has like a really negative effect on my Crohn's disease. I've had other people with Crohn's like not believe me about that, which is so ridiculous. It's like, come on, we all know that different things make us sick. And they're like, well, I get my flare-ups in the winter. And it's like, good for fucking you. I don't. Sorry. Feeling sassy. I gotta go. I just like I know American folks say their AC is set to the heat wave temperature in the UK. Yeah, gotta go. ADHD. Waiting. What time is it? See you later. True. Yeah, people can be like that. Well, and I've also had it the opposite way where people will be like, you're eating gluten, you're basically causing your flare-ups. And I was like, I've never had a problem with gluten. Gluten is always like gluten bread is a safe food for me when I'm flaring, like white bread at least. I'm fine with gluten, really. It's not poison. It's only harmful if you have a sensitivity to it. I'm gonna be okay. I will not stop eating soy sauce. Shit, I'm running out of time. Okay, I need to not do stinky fingers even though I'm running out of time. I need to try to make it look decent. 3 minutes. I had a weird dream last night. A stressful dream. this is a mess. I see so many problems with it. Oh well. Time is almost up. There's not really a lot I can do at this point. It's just real stinky. But that's okay. I haven't done this in a little while. A little out of practice. Almost out of time. There we go. Okay, let's look at chat. My mom is basically a hypochondriac when she talks about her Crohn's. Me and Nerd roll our eyes. Oh, does she claim to have Crohn's? I gotta go take care of some house stuff. I almost forgot I have to get some stuff done before wifey goes out today. Since I plan on streaming, I'll be back to my normal sleep schedule. So I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, sorry, I missed sleep leaving. It sounds like my dad and his allergies to foods that only affect him when he knows it's in it. Oof. Alright, didn't come out great. That's okay. I tried my best. We're gonna fix this canvas up real quick. I've definitely you know, I hate to do this because like I've definitely been accused of like, oh, you're not as sick as you say you are and shit like that. However, I've had people, like multiple people in my life who like maybe like two, right? Not like a ton, but like people in my life who have like started to like claim that they have either a disease or a mental illness that I have, and I don't know. I think like they imagine that I'm like just getting so much support and like help for my illnesses. I'm not. I mean, I feel like I am, like from Chillphil, for instance, but what I mean is like in general interfacing with the public when you are disabled or neurodivergent, you are going to be met with, like, no compassion. Apparently she's been diagnosed, but she's never had symptoms that I've heard her talk about, and she doesn't take any medication for it. Well, what is she claiming? Just that she has it? I support your disease. Well, I mean, Chillphil is the one who encourages me to rest and take time off and, does things that I typically do when I'm sick. Two, three, four. There's one more 1 minute. My dad is the reason why I try not to self-diagnose myself and try to logically think things out instead of assuming. I will say I think most people who, like, I know there are people like that, but I do feel like most people who like self-diagnose something are usually like right. But I think the difference is a person thinking, hey, something's up here, and like I've been researching various things and this seems to fit. Versus, like, you know, I think I saw somebody with that diagnosis getting attention, so now I want that thing. I guess that she can't eat certain things. She can't eat a lot of things for a lot of, quote, medical reasons, because she thinks she can cure herself with avoiding food. She's lost a scary amount of weight. That sounds more like orthorexia than Crohn's disease. She doesn't trust doctors. She trusts the internet more. And I assume the internet she trusts is like people being like, I cured my arthritis by eating nails. But you know what I like, that was terrible. You know what I mean though? Like people who like, oh, I cured my arthritis with essential oils. There, that's a real thing that people say. Okay. My neighbor is kind of like that. And grounding, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a thing. That's a whole thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun. I am not a woo person. Give me the medical science. Give me the drugs. Grounding, isn't grounding like literally like taking your shoes off and like standing on the ground and like the power of the earth heals you or something like that? Isn't that what it is? Or it's supposed to be? Did I tell you she bought me a grounding mat to cure my leg? Yeah, I think actually I remember that now that you mention it. Yeah, I've had people. One of the things I had somebody suggest to me was like drinking aloe vera, which I didn't try it, but like I get the impression that would be more likely to like irritate my inflammation rather than like soothe it, because I think that even like a person without inflammatory bowel disease would get diarrhea from drinking aloe vera, but there's electricity in the earth that heals you. Did you know that? That's what it is. Yes, I had somebody, and then they got mad at me. They got mad at me when I said, I think that would make me worse. Because, like, I looked it up, and it is likely to cause diarrhea in, like, a healthy person who drinks aloe vera. And I was like, I think if that gives a healthy person diarrhea, it would probably, like, really not do well for me. And, like, this person got mad at me, but they were really into woo stuff, and like, a number of different woo things, like, I don't know, I don't want to say something and be, like, okay, they were into, like, the Myers-Briggs personality stuff, and, like, it's fine if you enjoy that, right, like, as a fun little thing, but it is pseudoscience, and they were, like, really taking it seriously, to the point that, like, I used to play D&D with this person, right? That's like drinking bleach to cure COVID. Yes! I used to play D&D with this person, and they were like, oh, take the Myers-Briggs personality test, and I took it, and because I don't remember what my thing was, I just remember I got thinking instead of feeling, and they were like, oh, I'm kind of scared of people who get thinking instead of feeling, and I'm like, I'm sorry? My mom loves pseudoscience. A lot of people do. I hear enough of it, I can rid you of your suffering of long COVID, too. Yeah, like, I can't imagine, like, I don't know. But she actually had ulcerative colitis, which is why she was convinced that drinking aloe vera would like cure me or whatever. She claimed it helped her, and I'm like, I don't know that it's helping. That doesn't sound right to me. Take this test. Oh, I don't like the. Yes, it was like that. so frustrating. My mom was not like this until she retired. Now she's got all this time to sit on the internet and watch Fox News and become batshit crazy. That sucks. I mean, you know, like, I think that that's why, like, you know, the other night I was saying, like, I think that pop sci articles are just doing a really bad job of educating people and actually, like, are downright misleading. And, like, sometimes I feel like I'm being a little bit of a pedant when I, like, pick on stuff like that. But, like, honestly, this is why. We don't get education about these things to an adequate degree, and because of that, people are prone to, like, fall for pseudoscience things. And, like, I think also if you grow up, like, whenever I go over to my parents' house, I mute the TV. I think that's fair. I think also, like, when you grow up with, like, a religion where you're told, like, don't think about it critically, you have to have faith, that primes you for all this, like, woo pseudoscience stuff. And I mean, I see a lot of people who, like, supposedly, like, deconstruct from Christianity, but then they get into woo big time, and it's like, huh, I wonder if there's a pattern here. You know, not to, like, I'm not saying, like, all Christians or whatever, but, like, you know, like, the Christians who, like, believe in 6,000-year-old Earth and all that crap, right? Like, Mom, no wonder your blood pressure is so high, you're watching hate and fear-mongering constantly. Yeah, like, the people who watch that stuff are genuinely terrified. And I think it says a lot, like, how much, like, fear they're constantly projecting. I feel like COVID made that really obvious, because it was the same people who were like, I'm not wearing a mask, I'm not living in fear. And it's like, those of us who were masking and being careful, we were doing that because we were taking precautions. Like, we were trying to help ourselves and other people. I think the fact that they focus so much on the idea that that was, quote, living in fear, is because they were absolutely scared shitless, right? And their response to being that scared was to rebuke the idea that they were in danger at all. She went to her grandchildren's school board meeting to advocate for not masking. Jeez. Corey spoken like a true Capricorn. You know, I mean, technically, I do fit the mold of Capricorn of being like a super rational materialist. I'm not saying I'm like, people who are like, I am above emotion, I am all logic, like, they're full of shit. But you know what I mean. Okay. Let's I'm yapping and not getting to work. I'm Aquarius, but I don't know what that means I am. That means you're real hippy-dippy and all feelings. I hate that I know this. I've just known too many people who are into this stuff. Unlike not exactly like Pisces, which Phil is, which is compassionate and loving and caring, which is, I mean, not to say that Phil isn't loving and caring, but like, if I were to, like, say what his, like, main personality traits are, I would say that his main personality traits are, I think he has a strong moral compass that he doesn't, hi Spotty Shark, welcome. Sorry I'm yapping so much, I'm supposed to be doing art studies tonight. How's it going? I'm very logic-brained, I think. I agree. I think you and I have a lot in common in that regard. But I would say that Phil has a strong moral compass, but also he's very chaotic, and he loves doing jokes, and he often takes them way too far. Right as I was typing it, streamer is supposed to yap you ding dong. That's true. The times Phil has gotten himself into trouble or an awkward social situation because he was trying to do a goof, and people didn't realize he was joking, Like, he had a coworker or whatever that was like, oh, I'm gonna brew some kombucha this weekend. And Phil was like, oh, you gonna brew the booch? You gonna make some spicy booch? And his coworker's like, oh man, you like it too? Oh, sweet, I thought I was on my own. Phil is so funny. I won't even say like what kind of nonsense shenanigans he got himself into yesterday. Zesty Booch. That's sorry. I'm so sorry. It's Zesty Booch. How could I get that so wrong? To counter Snape's dragon. I made a kombucha friend that day, and I've not told him otherwise. Acorn is funny too, yes. Acorn's got jokes. Been lurking from afar without sound. Well, how's it going? I guess that's not too bad. I was pretty locked in for some of my practice, so I wasn't talking much for some of that early time. Wow, that was English. We do love lurkers. We love and welcome lurkers. Oh man, this is gonna be a long one. Because I still have to do texture. That's okay. I am feeling a lot better. Awake, coffee supply low. Oh no. Is it nighttime for you? It is for me, but this is my normal schedule. I do feel a lot better. I've gotten a lot of sleep. I miss drawing so much that I almost want to draw tomorrow night, but I know I need to play video games. I'm running low on my tea now, too. Oh, yeah, we need to make new tea for you. 8 p.m. Oh, it is about to turn 4 p.m. here. So happy, Corey, you feeling better? Me too. I guess, you know, as reluctant as I am to rest, it does work. And I got to see a movie this week. I love when Corky rests. Nerd is currently suffering from dehydration. Oh no, what's happening? Who knew that rest, going to a movie, and too much out to eat food helped so much? Well, but you know, that's the thing, like when I'm having a flare up, like I can't really eat like a lot of really fibrous food, so like processed food is easier for me. I would like to get back to cooking next week, but it's been nice eating like a 4-year-old in the meantime. He better hydrate lest he dehydrate, yeah. Just drew a blob for this hand. Wow. He started to drive 4 hours away to a baseball tournament game, but was having a lot of pain and ostomy blockage issues and turned back around to come home and rest. Oof. Does he have, like, Pedialyte or anything like that? He does body armor drinks. Okay. I mean, you know, anything that's got, like, electrolytes. I don't love sports drinks, which is why I try to eat, like, something with a lot of electrolytes in it whenever I can, but I do have, like, off-brand Pedialyte in case. He tried the Pedialyte, but he doesn't like it. I haven't actually tried the body armor. I'd recommend munching on some Daikon. Daikon is good for Crohn's, actually. Because it's, like, relatively low fiber, but it has like, anti-inflammatory, like, stuff in it. Did that last night, actually. Did you make Nerd eat some? He thinks Daikon tastes like dirt. He thinks everything tastes like dirt. Tell him to make his guts feel better. Although with an ostomy, I don't know that that is going to have the same benefit, actually. I've had body armor before and liked it. It's been a while, though. What flavors does it have? Oh, I think skunk. It's the summer of skunks. We always get skunk spray this time of year. Jeez, that's strong. I feel like I had passion fruit. Ooh, pink, blue, orange, and purple. I don't know what those. I mean, like pink, blue, and orange, or pink and blue could be a lot of different flavors. Let's save real quick. Oh, that's so pungent. I've never actually, like, seen a skunk here. I just smell them all the time. I don't even have my windows open. It's coming through the air conditioner. Skunks are so cute. They are cute. What's the date? Gonna be too. No, we're okay. I might move it a little bit. There we go. There we go. I am going to change my input back. Fart squirrels. But well, actually, you don't need my phylogenetic input. I can't help myself. But actually, squirrels are rodents, and skunks are more closely related to dogs. It's true, they are. This is more like fart puppies. Wait, let me make sure I have the correct input. Okay. I just don't want to, like, go into my file explorer in case I've drawn I would actually enjoy it because I love animal tribute. Oh man, I love animal stuff. I love learning about like phylogeny. I love all of that stuff. I love the game Metazua. Okay. 2026. Oh man, I don't have a folder for June yet. I've just been drawing comics. Wow. Okay. We're gonna make a folder for June. Oh yes, Metazua. It's so much fun. Except sometimes. When I get Osteichthyes, it's a nightmare. It's my least favorite clade to get. $9.54. This is the 954th gesture drawing I've done. This week has been awful for me. There were a few days I didn't even finish it. Oh no, I'm sorry. Too many birds and fish. Well, I forgot that hummingbirds and swifts were not in Telaraves. So I did a lot more guesses than I meant to. And we got 2 days in a row where it was Neoaves birds that were like outside of Telaraves and stuff like that. I forgot woodpeckers existed. Fair enough. It was hummingbirds. No, it was swifts and then puffins is what it was. There are a lot of birds, and I feel like with freaking Neoaves, I feel like Metazua has like way too many Passeriforms. Way too many. It just has a lot of birds in general. Which, like, generally, like, I feel pretty comfortable with bird phylogeny. But it just has so many. I do not feel comfortable with waterfish phylogeny. That's, every time I get Osteichthyes, I just, like, I get a sinking feeling in my gut. I'm just like, no. Not the greatest with birds. I like reptiles in general, and birds in particular, because they're dinosaurs. And I think it's just like my enjoyment of them that makes me care about their phylogeny. I've gotten pretty okay with mammals through this game. The thing I keep forgetting is how closely related iguanas and snakes are. Trying to identify specific songbirds and such is sometimes tough. Oh, yeah, I don't think I could do that. Noon probably could. But I can tell you where a bird is on the phylogenetic tree of life. Okay, I am going to save real quick, and I've got ads coming up, so I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to hop right into texture stuff. A lot of those birds look so similar. Well, most of them are Passeriforms. Alright, I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Ads are not quite over yet. That would be fun, Noon. I wouldn't do very well, but I feel like I could start to, like, learn more how to identify more of these guys gradually if we did that. But yeah, most songbird, like, most... Okay, Passeriforms are also called, like, perching birds, so most of the, like, guys you see perching around, aside from pigeons, are in that group. And that includes corvids. Yes, I could ID Larry Bird. I think that's actually, like, the biggest clade of birds. If I'm right, I think most birds are in Passeriformes. Which makes it hard, you know, when you're playing Metazua. I think you could identify First Lady Lady Bird Johnson. I don't think I could. Okay, get these. Alright, so I'm not demonstrating anything. I'm going to do my best to try to render these textures. This is a challenge for me as much as it is for everybody else. So I'm just gonna try my best. I could even ID Hank Hill's dog. That is exactly what I thought of, was Hank Hill's dog. Ladybird. I can't identify Ladybird, the cartoon dog that was named after her. Does that... Okay, we're all thinking Hank Hill's dog. Badit Smaru? I mean, I could. That's the Sanrio penguin character. Oh, that's one I don't recognize. I'm just gonna start trying to... Corgi knows what kind of dinosaur Baditsumaru is. Of course I do. Penguins are within Neoaves, but not, like, within one of the more derived groups. They're actually kind of closely related to Albatross. Might actually, like, I might draw this in perspective. So I'm just gonna, like, draw a shape down here, and I'll move it up. I might use this as, like, the basis for all of them. What the hell? I'll go all out laying this out. It'll make it easier for me in the long run. My philosophy when it comes to drawing is that doing prep work makes everything easier. Especially since I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone with doing textures, like preparing my like little slab that I'm gonna texture as much as possible. Um, Helps me feel a little more comfortable. And I'm gonna use this for all 5 textures, I think. I may do something a little different with the tree one, but that's okay. I really don't have to do this once on each side. What was I thinking? That's fine. Just making an even grid. And that will give me a nice easy starting point. We'll copy and paste this. I mean, you know, because like my thought is, whatever makes the practice of the new thing easier and less scary is worth doing. That's how I feel about that. Because if it's scary, you won't do it. If it's too scary, you won't do it. And that's no good. Make it as easy as possible. Also, I'm gonna save. So I think, you know, when something is scary, just like find the simplest possible, most approachable possible way to practice it, because like just getting used to doing something is a part of getting better at it. I think that people don't like give enough credit to that part of the process. Think there's resources to print out those perspective grids for practice. I could honestly, if you're just talking about like this shape right here, I could if you tell me what size like printer paper is, I could just like put a bunch of them on a piece of on a canvas that is that size and send you like a PNG file of it, and then you could print it out. Here comes Phil with his goofs. That, but also what you had before with all the lines. Okay, yeah, if you like if we can between the two of us figure out what part of that was helpful for you, I can make something like that. Go with the flow, feel the art come out, worry not about mastery, and buckle in for the journey. And like, to clarify what I was doing there, oh, I can just show you what I mean. If you have, like, this is a square, but it's like in perspective, right? If you want to find the center of that square, all you have to do is draw a line from opposite corner to opposite corner, draw a line from opposite corner to opposite corner, and this is the middle, right? I've just cut it in half. And if I go the other way, like, cut it in half that way, I've cut it into fourths. So, like, all you have to do to find, like, the center of a rectangle or square in perspective is draw, like, a cross through it, or an X, I guess. And when I erased it, like, when I erased the X, because, like, now I have this square in quarters, right? If I wanted to find the center of these quarters, I want to see a Harby study stream, but that sounds counterintuitive to the Harby's nature. I would love to see a Harby study stream. All I have to do is just, like, well, that's sloppy. Bam, and this is the center, right? But yeah, if you want me to make some kind of thing that you can print out, like, just let me know, like, what part of this, like, looks helpful to you, and I will make that. A Harby study stream with gesture drawing and maybe something that he hasn't practiced a lot of. Like what I'm doing now, this is something I really have not practiced a lot of, is drawing texture. Real half-ass about it. Measure your shapes with geometry, says the nerd. Nah, I just feel it. Maybe the center of your box isn't the center of someone else's box. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure the center is always in the same place, so says the Capricorn. Measuring makes me comfortable, okay? And it's a very helpful thing to know how to do. It's not like you got only one shot at this art thing. I mean, yeah, that is true, but like I said, for me, preparation, upfront preparation, makes the whole, you could still draw after you die. Whoa, what? Really? Cool. I was just gonna say preparation makes the whole thing easier. I'd rather do more Gokuro-san janai ne. That would be nice. Um, Upfront prep is preferable to me. Upfront prep that makes the whole thing go more smoothly is preferable to me than doing a lot of editing something that I've already done. I don't like doing like a lot of erasing and redrawing once I get past a certain point. Ghosts are all the dang time. Which is why I'd rather like measure and try to be like kind of precise and like get a lot of my like erasing and editing and fixing stuff done up front. I like I've said before, like I'm not a painter. Painters can do that. They can edit stuff like up to the very end, but like unless I see something like super wrong, I don't tend to do that. Thought Ghosts were more into writing. I think a happy medium between the corgi and fill spectrums may suit me well. I mean, that's where fucking around and finding out comes in. You know, you try a lot of different things, find out what works for you. And you're not stuck with something. Like if something feels comfortable now and later down the line, you want to try doing it a different way. That's also possible. They draw too. Today we have learned just look up a Japanese game called Kokuri. It's like Ouija, but the ghost draws. It's kind of funny how like there are people who are like genuinely frightened of Ouija boards. That is a board game. I've got board game fans in the chat. They were like, it's actually not a board game per se. I'm like, I'm sorry. You're right. I have nothing to say about this. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Just so you know, I'm doing my best. Time to send hate mail to the dead with my Ouija. Oh boy. What dead person are you gonna mean mug? I feel like there's a lot of good options there. A lot of shitty dead people. Didn't know Square Enix published manga. I was looking that up and a manga was referenced. Oh, what manga? I'm still alive, so all... Oh, oh, I see. Manga we were just talking about. Or game that must have a manga. I see. Sure am looking forward to Metazua today. I hope it's not an Osteichthyes situation. Moment I have to check on my local vampire. Whoa. apparently they are sick. Oh, what's happening? Who is this vampire? Oh, when you were talking about like the perspective grid, Noon, were you talking about like this grid? Cause that would be really easy for me to make for you. Um, there's a person I call a vampire because funny. I see. Do you mean like this like faint grid that's like all over the Okay, yeah, that okay. I can make that for you. I'll make one that is like the size of printer paper. I'll make two of them because I have like 2 point and 1 point perspective. Yeah, I can do that. I thought you were talking about like the grid I was making for this like object. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Sneezing tonight. I'm done with this whole allergy business. Tired of it. Oh, oops. Nobody has ever correctly guessed my star sign. Well, there's only so many, right? Even people who know your birthday? There was a really cool song in like the closing credits of the Backrooms movie, and it is stuck in my head. And apparently it's by a Scottish electronica group that have been active since the 70s, and they really apparently inspired the director when it comes to making music. I was hoping for a lucky guess. So that was interesting. Is it because you're a Leo? Taurus? It sounds like a Leo to me. Probably put like white behind this. I didn't think about that, but it's not gonna make any sense otherwise. Oh, did I get it? Did I get it right, Taurus? And thank you for the cheer. Sorry, I was like locked in on trying to get my wood looking like wood. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a monochrome layer. As soon as it, if it ever wants to merge, I'll make this a monochrome layer and do that over again. That was too strong. No, you did not get it right. Oh no. I was like, yay. Okay, that is attempt at drawing like lumber planks, I guess. One thing I kind of want to try is also I'm going to copy and paste this. One thing I kind of want to try is like cross hatching, but with textures, if that makes sense. I might fail miserably, but I'm gonna try. Oh, are you also a Capra? Oh, that's a good question. Okay. Gotta be a Gemini then? There are so many other signs. There's Aries, could be Aries. Oops. Uh, 10 would either be... Oh, I thought 2... Oh, it was a hint. Oh, yeah, it would either be Libra or Scorpio, but I'm pretty sure not a Scorpio. That's true, that would be... Oh, Tamagotchi. So what I'm trying to do here is, like, make the texture get less... It was just me getting rid of extra bits. I see. Well, I appreciate it. I try to get, like, have the texture be, like, less, like, dark as I go from one side to the other. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do my best, though. I just have to feed my Tamagotchi. There we go. It's getting fed. Couldn't possibly be a... Yes, I am the fish. Oh, congratulations! Chillphil got it, or Harvey's got it. Well, that's kind of getting, like, lighter as it goes. Some more details to the darkest part. Like a lionfish because the Leo energy is just off the astrological charts. Let's do another. Could it be that as a Pisces, I too have the Leo energy? Chillphil is getting a little hyper right now. Need to put a little more chill into that fill. Oh boy, here's today's Pisces horoscope. You sometimes have difficulty making up your mind. You don't always know exactly what you want. Today, Pisces, you'll be at peace with yourself. If you need to make an important decision concerning your private life, you'll be able to do it. But if you find yourself confronted by a big decision, you should take the time to think about it. You will decide once you have more clarity. What big decisions do you need to make with your private life? Nuggy or Borger? Well, you have Nuggies in the fridge already. I think that decision is made. Do Aquarius next. Aquarius, sometimes it's amazing to see how your relationships can spin so easily out of control. Oh no! Today you may have to deal with a lot of tension within your group. You'll almost feel as if no one understands the situation. You just need to keep your cool. Why not try to solve any outstanding issues with your relatives? Stay calm and things will be okay. Oh no, that's way too dramatic. Sorry, Noon failed. Imagine keeping her cool. In 2026? What they're saying is we need ice-based weapons. That's what it sounds like to me. Alright, what's Capricorn? Capricorn, you have always tried to build up your health using traditional methods and you take great care of yourself. No, I don't. But this morning you might feel a little curious. No, I won't. Indeed, there are so many courses of different treatment available. Why not inquire about alternative forms of medicine? No. You could learn a great deal today and benefit your health in the process. Now I'm being told to investigate woo. Now I want to make a Discord channel with a bot that loads in all the horoscopes every day. I will not be doing woo methods of healthcare. That's horrible. It is. Like, legitimately, that's horrible advice. Do you want your Discord bot to give RFK Jr. advice? I think it's funny we're just talking about alternative medicine, right? I think the most alternative thing I would possibly try is like that whole you can only eat so many lychees because they're a hot food. Cool down by eating rock sugar soup. My god, I already get that from my mother all the time. She's allergic to anything red dye now. Please tell me you're joking. Oh no. Oh, that actually reminds me. The fucking buried memory. Patricia tried to convince me I was allergic to red dye when I was like a toddler, and I was like, no, I'm not. Keep the raccoons away from that man. She's probably even bought his book already. Ugh, he has books? He can read? He wrote a book about Dr. What's-His-Face during the pandemic. Who? Oh, the like the CD. Oh, Doctor. Okay, Fauci is his name. That's right. I couldn't think. At first, I was like, who? But then I was like, oh, I know who you're talking about, but I didn't know his name. I didn't remember his name. He discredited Fauci. So awful. I don't know why people are like, yes, let's take health advice from the man who claims to have a pork tapeworm living in his brain. Like, no offense, but I'd rather not take health advice from someone who looks like they are on death's door and sounds like it. His voice sounds awful. Just straight up eats roadkill. It's fine. Mom hangs on to his every word. Oh boy. Maybe that's why she claims to have Crohn's. Because I know he's into the vaccine denial stuff, and I know that the doctor who like eventually started claiming that vaccines cause autism, his first grift was that vaccines cause Crohn's disease, but I guess maybe that wasn't as frightening, or maybe not enough people knew what that was or something. I don't really know, but he switched from Crohn's disease to autism. Well, actually, maybe there is a reason for that, because I know that like a lot of autistic people have GI issues, right? Although I don't know if they have a higher rate of Crohn's disease specifically. I'm not autistic myself. I have a different neurodivergence that I don't know that that has any impact. Well, maybe that does have impact, because I think like stress and anxiety in general can like make your Crohn's much worse. Maybe I won't do it that way. I'll just have it like the wood is exposed over here. Nerd gets the side effect of depression. I mean, that makes sense, because like it completely messes up your ability to absorb nutrients, and in particular, B12 is really hard for us to absorb, which is why we're 7 times more likely to have like nerve injuries, because B12 is really important for your nerves. So make sure he's taking a supplement. And that's not woo stuff. I mean, generally speaking, supplements can be really hit or miss, but like there are some that are pretty good to like take if you know you're having trouble. He doesn't listen to anything I say. Why not? That's rude. He's stubborn and lazy. Oh no, I accidentally... Oh, I hit the tablet. Ah. I hope I don't like balk Chillphil's concerns and whatnot about my health. But maybe I do sometimes. I don't know. Save, that's a good idea. I will save. As he figures I'm not a doctor, what do I know? We have like tried to keep up because like there's a lot of like new research with Crohn's disease that's coming out like all the time lately. It seems like I don't know like what it is that like there's so much, but like there is, and we try to like learn from it. And like I feel like some of it is like genuinely helped me a lot. I know that there's like a lot of woo and pseudoscience when people talk about like anti-inflammatory diets, but there are some foods that actually like directly, you know, help with like gut inflammation in particular. And I try to eat as much of those things as possible. And I don't know, maybe it's placebo, but I really do feel like they are helping. And Daikon is one of them. He eats whatever he wants as long as he can digest it, which is mostly... Oh no, not lunch meat sandwiches! Oh no! He's a stubborn, lazy Tom, I'm sorry. Let's make this monochrome. Yeah, if you can somehow get some miso soup with daikon in it into his body, eating that on a regular basis, I feel like has really helped me. But I guess if he thinks it tastes like dirt... He does love miso soup. Oh, really? That is good, because miso soup is actually really good for your guts. And I think, like, the reason I keep saying, like, I think that daikon is really good in soup is because, like, if you cook it for, you know, like, 20 minutes in soup. It's yeah, I will do so. It really absorbs like the flavor of whatever it's in really well. I also have like a chicken and dumpling soup that I make with daikon in it. That's really good. He loves chicken and dumplings. Oh, is tamarind good for that? I've heard it's good for inflammation, but I've never really looked into it personally. I'm not sure actually. But like it's tricky because there are foods that people like that woo people say are quote good for inflammation. But that claim is like really dubious unless like it is a scientifically proven thing that like actually interacts with your stomach or intestines to like lower inflammation in those areas in particular. Yeah, I will send myself a little note real quick. Discord, come on, don't be so slow. It's been a while since I made the chicken and dumpling soup. Phil really loves it. I always second guess. Yeah, I mean, you have to, unfortunately. The benefit of like Crohn's in particular, like I was saying, like they're doing a lot of research on it. Is there are like you can like literally read like scientific research papers because those actually get posted online sometimes, and you can find out like what scientists are actually studying about like how to alleviate some symptoms. I'm always learning new stuff. There was one study that makes me want to get like one of those Fitbit things because apparently if you use one of those, you can like predict a flare up before it happens, medicate it, and like drastically reduce like the duration. But one of those, I don't remember. Like I don't know if I'd have an easy time finding it. But one of them was about like if you can get into remission, eating brassicas cooked, of course, like not raw, but cooked brassicas, like on a regular basis, can lengthen your remission time. So that's why I eat daikon and cabbage, both cooked really well. All the like as much as I possibly can. Fortunately, both daikon and cabbage are pretty low in the kind of fiber that hurts you when you have Crohn's. But yeah, finding out like since I ended up with cubital tunnel syndrome, I found out that like people with Crohn's, I think, are like 7 times more likely to have some kind of like nerve issue, uh, in their lifetime, because we have a hard time hanging on to B12, um, and like of course eating it is better than supplementing it. So I try to eat as much like foods with B12 as possible as well. Salmon is really good in general because that's also high in iron, which is another thing that you can have a lot of hard time like hanging on to with Crohn's. But yeah. I love salmon, me too. I love fish in general though. Mackerel is my favorite, but I can't get it here. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. I never buy fish. I need to try cooking salmon. I get, like, because salmon is expensive, what we do is, we get, like, a whole slab of it, because, like, that is by far the cheapest way to get it. And I'll cook it, I'll cut it into pieces, and, like, I'll cook the whole thing in the oven. And for the first 2 pieces, I'll just salt them, because we like shiojaki. But I won't, like, season the other pieces, because I'll use them, like, for the next 3 meals we have. So, like, the breakfast the next day, dinner the next day, and the breakfast the day after that. And I have, like, two sauces that I make to keep it different and interesting, I guess. Like, I really just, like, mix sesame oil and soy sauce and sesame seeds. It's pretty simple. And the others, I'll make teriyaki sauce. So it's like 4 meals in a row of salmon. But if you like salmon, typically haven't liked fish, but I want to try. I have to admit, I love fish. We make, when I make it teriyaki, I put lentils in the rice, because, like, I feel like they absorb sauce, like a saucy food. They complement it really well. But that's when I'm in remission and don't have such a hard time with fiber, because they are quite high fiber. Them lentils. Oh no, is my computer giving me a hard time? Please don't freeze. Like, most days we add something to, like, something kind of, like, neutral in taste to the rice to add, like, a little bit of fiber. Like, the most neutral thing that we add is not wheat, barley, pearl barley, because it doesn't really, like, add a super strong flavor to it. But then sometimes we'll add edamame or lentils, and it adds fiber, because we eat rice pretty much every day anyway, so it's nice to get a little extra fiber. Fiber's very important, and most of us don't get enough of it. But because I can't really eat a lot of fiber when I'm flaring up, I try to make up for it when I'm not. Some fish I'm not too into, but if I had to eat salmon for a week, I wouldn't complain. I can't think of a fish I just don't like. Maybe aji. It's a little bitter, but, like, I like all the real oily fishy fishes. Alright, there's 2 textures. So far we have wood planks and wood bark. I don't know how good I'm doing. I'm not big into flounder, and I really got burned out on tilapia. Huh. I feel like tilapia is kind of bland, so, like, I totally get, like, getting burnt out on it. Tilapia is illegal to keep here. Whoa. Okay, what is our next texture? Oh. Next texture is... Oh, man, I don't want to do glass. I'm sorry. I kind of want to save some of these for another day because, like... Because I'm lazy. Because I'm tired. Invasive species? That makes sense. It's kind of getting late for you. I bought it for a while because it was ridiculous. Yeah, it is. It is very cheap here. Yeah, it is getting a little late. I am a little worried because I do have to stop streaming before Chillville gets home. I don't have to, but like I feel like it would be rude. But I will do one more texture. And I picked this one specifically for noon. Because I remember a time that you were trying to draw rocky terrain and were unsure of like how to handle that, so I figured I'd do a little rocky terrain study and see if I'm not confident that I'll be able to, but I'm gonna give it a try. Very oh yeah, Australia does. I guess that's true because like the wildlife there is, you know, so different that like bringing in like stuff could really hurt it. The rabbit almost caused a total collapse of the ecosystem. Yeah. That's kind of not a very rocky shape. This music kind of reminds me of Terminator, which is another movie I really love. And everybody's like, "Oh, Terminator 2 is better." I don't agree. Not that I think Terminator 2 is bad. I just prefer the first one. I love rocks. I love drawing rocks. feel like that one's too similar to the one over there. I want a few like big showstopper rocks. I like to think about like when I'm drawing like random objects together, I like to think about like it's good to have like a big one, a medium one, and a small one, and like kind of arrange them like differently. It's a good way to think about it, like to keep your shapes and sizes of things from being like too uniform, which is gonna help you make things look a little more organic, hopefully. You don't want stuff looking too uniform. Put a little bit of like plant material in here. Oops. I wish I had more insight to give about this, but like honestly, this is just trial and error for me. I feel like I am like spacing these a little too uniform. I should like bunch up some more areas of rock. Because I feel like contrast is kind of an important thing, like when it comes to doing something like this. Like you want to have areas that are like really busy and areas that are like really kind of, in fact I might erase some of these rocks towards the middle. like generally speaking, like that is something that can be kind of difficult about like showing detail. If you do too much detail, it just turns into like visual noise. So you want to have like areas of like contrast, so that there's some like high detail areas and like some kind of empty areas. Might do a little more little plant guys, although that's almost like completely lined up. We'll put him over here. Maybe a little flower. It's growing right there. That's a crappy little flower, sorry. I don't know enough about plants. That is really something that I should study. I wouldn't know where to start though, that's the thing. I guess just drawing some like random plants. Which, I have done like specific like flowers and things like that, but all the more reason for me to do more Moo and Match though, right? Nerd is awake and feeling better. That's great. Good to hear. Maybe, not next week, but maybe what I'll do is like a texture part 2. I'll schedule it, like I'll put it like last in the queue. Because I do feel like, this is something I could stand to do more, and I think, it's not as scary as I thought it was going to be. Going to make myself a coffee. Nice. Looks so nice. Thank you. I mean, I think what I am realizing is that there's a lot of value of just, like, kind of giving myself, like, a loose theme and just kind of experimenting with it. This would be great practice. I highly recommend. I didn't realize, like, actually, I've been looking at my comic pages and thinking, like, oh, there's a lot of, especially with, like, natural textures, like wood and stone, stuff where I just, like, kind of half-ass it. Well, not so much that I half-ass it, just, like, I don't know what that stuff looks like, and Well, I'll look up reference for like a pose or something like that. Like I haven't really thought a lot about doing texture studies. We'll all have to thank Chillphil for suggesting this practice because I am finding it pretty helpful. Hi 1970s, how's it going? I'm Corgi Nub, mostly an art streamer. Doing some studies tonight, but I often work on my comic. How are you? Off to work, thanks for stream. Well, thanks for hanging out. Have a good day at work. I'm almost done here, but thank you so much for hanging out for so long. Snooping around in streams when I should be getting ready for work. Oh no. Boo work. I am unsure on how I want to handle this. I think one thing I should do is save before I make a decision. You're in good company. Okay, I think I have thoughts. Do you mostly do digital art? Well, lately I've actually been doing quite a bit of both. Yeah, I think for like finished work I mostly do digital art, but I do like daily practice in my sketchbook as well. And as for traditional art, when I do that, I mostly do ink and highlighters, which maybe sounds crazy to draw in highlighters, but for my comic, I do digital. I used to do only traditional art. I have a friend who does finished work with pins and highlighters as well. Oh, cool! That's awesome. I feel like they're actually like a really good medium for sketching. Mine are starting to really run out of ink, though. I'm gonna need to get some more soon. Because I also use them for studying, so I'm using them a lot. Besides animating, I don't really do digital, but I started using MS Paint recently. Oh, very cool. What have you been doing in MS Paint, and also what have you been animating? I am realizing I've given myself quite a bit of work, but that's okay. Well, maybe not. I think it might be easier to just like, oh no, to fill it in and then erase like the smaller rocks. There we go. Haven't animated anything but in a while, but I'm gonna start a new project soon. Nice. What kind of project is it? I've never tried animating, but it's something that I would like to try. Maybe for one of these study streams, I will give it a try, because Clip Studio has good animation tools. Animating goofy clips of a streamer I watch. Very cool. Oops. I would say drawing people is not really my strength. I really, which is funny because I'm drawing a comic. I really like drawing backgrounds. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, I'm gonna try a few things. That's a little coarse. I guess it's like kind of like a fantasy comic, fantasy adventure kind of thing. Alright, let's rasterize this. I may still use a different tone, but I'm gonna try to work with this one. Okay, let's zoom out so I have like a better idea of how everything is looking. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. Sounds fun. Yeah, I love making comics. I love working in monochrome a lot. Maybe you can tell. I love like screen tones and black and white ink. So most of my comic is in black and white. I'll do a color page every once in a while, but it is definitely not my comfort zone. And tonight, I'm challenging myself to try to get better at drawing textures. Because I feel like it's something I've been kind of lazy about. Hopefully that's readable. Okay, let's merge all the layers. And we can look at my little texture guys. All kind of side by side. Don't do anything crazy. Do a backflip. Ah. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna save. I'm actually gonna start saving stuff. go through everything I worked on tonight. Let's see. I did some like real simple stuff tonight. Oh, but I can like show you a page of my comic because I have it right here. I forgot to close it when I was doing tonight's study stream, but yeah, this is a recent page of my comic that I finished. Yeah, pretty much like monochrome, black and white stuff. This is basically what I like to do when I'm doing comics. And really, like, even outside of comics, like, you could see, like, I'm using the same kind of, like, black, white, and screen tone situation, for, like, studies, because, well, I mean, drawing comics is the main thing that I do, so I want to get better at that kind of drawing. Alright, let's go through all the stuff that I did and save it. I did some line confidence practice. Let me try to get the stuff that takes up like the full page first, which is all this stuff. Okay. That art style is really nice. Thank you. What program do I use? I use Clip Studio. Okay. Save as. Gotta go make oatmeal before I run out of time and starve for the day. Thanks for letting me stop by. Well, thanks for stopping by. Good to have you. I do study streams once a week, but, you know, you ever want to stop by, you're welcome. Welcome to, that is. Let's see. Cones and stuff. Let's save this. 103. Got cubes. 104. And we got crazy forms and stuff. Stuff I need to do more often. I mean, that's the thing about art. It's all stuff I need to be doing more often, but like you only have so much time. And like I've been streaming for almost 7 hours and I still have practices that I would love to do. And like it's not even like I'm not tired of drawing. Like, is that the only things that are like smaller? Okay. That's the problem with me, is I could keep drawing and drawing and drawing. You know, it's something that people who do art talk about a lot, especially when it comes to like social media. That like that stuff, and you have to do it. It takes so much time away from you that you like feel like I could be using this time to draw instead of doing this thing that is on a platform that is actively hostile to artists. But fortunately, like a lot of the other stuff in my life is stuff I really want to be doing. You know, I want to be studying. I want to be cooking. I don't want to be doing social media. That's one thing I really like about Twitch, though, is because Twitch is actually fun. I get to like chat with people while I'm drawing. What did I call this? Say 5. Okay, I already saved my Gestraw party. So the only thing left for me to save is these texture studies. Actually, I feel like they could be a little closer together. There we go. Well, this has been actually really fun, and you know, I'll be honest, I was pretty nervous about doing this study or this practice, because I feel kind of out of my depth with it. But now, you know, now my feeling on it is like, why haven't I been doing this in the past? Like, why haven't I been doing this the whole time? It hasn't been that hard or that scary. I've really enjoyed it, and I feel like even just like this little bit with like these 3 textures, I feel like I've gotten a lot out of it. So, you know, what was I scared of, right? I'm just gonna delete this stuff that I've already saved, so I don't have a million layers. I'm gonna leave this up so I remember that this is ready to go the next time I want to do a study like this. Next week, what are we doing? Next study stream. Let me pull up Discord real quick. Oh, it really doesn't want to function right now. I've got too much going on my screen. Next week... Next week, we're drawing mice. Next week, we're drawing mice. That's fun. Nervous, but looking forward to it. I've certainly done, like, other animal studies in the past, and, you know, that's just one of those things that, like, if it's an animal that you're not used to drawing, you just need to, like, get some references, try your best. We might do the shrimp method, which is, you know, draw it without a reference. Just like based on vibes, based on your memories of what you think a mouse looks like. Yes, mice next week. Then do a one with a reference and like draw the reference, and then try again drawing a mouse, you know, with what you've learned. So that's kind of, and I think what I'll do with that is like I'll draw it from a reference and then try making like an anthro mouse, because I think that's what Noonvale was hoping to get out of that, was like practicing drawing like an anthro mouse. Backrooms version of mice. Well, what would that be? A mouse with like half of a chair sticking out of its back. But of course tomorrow night, gonna be playing a video game. Probably gonna be Paralives, unless I just like don't want to play it. But like I haven't gotten a chance to play it since the week it came out, so I think I am gonna be playing Paralives. Chat can guide you. Nothing can go wrong. Fair enough. Fair enough. So as for Paralives, I tend to start a little earlier on Friday night, so it might be between like 10 and 11 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and probably gonna go all night long with Paralives, because the last time I played it, I built a house and I spent 8 hours doing that. It was so much fun. That game is incredible. It's so much better than The Sims 4. But that's gonna be it for tonight. We are gonna be raiding out to Mike Moans again. We did that last night, but really no one else is streaming right now, so we're gonna be raiding Mike Moans again. Please say hi to Mr. Mike Moans in the chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. It has been a great night, but that's gonna be it for tonight. See you later, Pseudosukians. Let's raid.